skin for your skin, skin for your skin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
As the world entered an unprecedented crisis, Magnus Carlsen and Chess24 acted quickly to create the first online chess tour of its kind. Working 24/7, we brought together the best players in the world for the largest online prize fund ever, broadcast live in 10 languages. The tour innovated and filled the void created by the lack of in-person play, reaching more people than any online chess event ever. There was fun and laughter.
Okay, it's time for Russian hackers to attack internet in Norway. Last hope. Come on.
There was tension and controversy.
Not just make moves.
Yeah, and then give up the phone.
This is
Okay.
hopeless. Anish is fast these days.
He
It's
even has
interesting that
resigned. Okay.
Okay, so we will have a fantastic match tomorrow, I'm sure. Jan is angry as hell now, but Anish also caught his rhythm, so let's see, it will be really fantastic.
There were instructive learning moments.
We have discovered e6 was a very strong move for Nakamura. She opens up the diagonal of the queen and at the same time shuts out the d5 bishop from the defense. Black has to play rook e7 to protect the pawn and the 7th rank, but now the queen comes from the f5, queen f2, threatening rook f7, and it's curtains. So the position is collapsing right now here. Black has to resign.
And there was lots of great chess.
Oh wow! It's really an incredible game, like showing how a completely lost position can gradually turn into a winning position if you just trade all the right pieces. It's really, this game is really a masterclass on the trades, what you should be trading on, what not. And when I said that trading the queens and the bishops is good for black, I never imagined it would ever happen, because it was so far away from that.
Wow.
And it's official resignation from Dingley, right?
4 unique online events and a grand final made up the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, and the world took notice. The Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour has been the most watched online chess event in history. Already it has become the world's most prestigious series of online tournaments. As the first season approaches its conclusion, we want your help to do something even bigger. Our partner for the tour final is Kiva, the non-profit with a mission to expand financial access to help underserved communities. Kiva does incredible work providing microloans to help people around the world create opportunity for themselves and their communities. When the pandemic started, Kiva set up a global COVID-19 response fund to help small businesses get back on their feet. Their target? To raise $50 million to support thousands of people around the world. Chess24 wants to help make that happen. During the tour's final, we will be donating 50% of all proceeds from new premium memberships to Kiva. Go premium, and you will not just be supporting us and getting the best chess entertainment out there, you will be supporting people in times of need through Kiva. And if you are premium already, you can buy sponsored premium memberships for schools in cities and countries of your choice in our shop. Let's show how chess can play its part together.
find a good move, find a better one. But the thing is that I think that you find a good move, like, what's the point of finding a better one? If you don't find a better one and you just wasted like 30 minutes on your clock, then you're probably gonna lose the game.
What a game. Holy whoa. And Magnus gave up his bishop with the move rook a8, Peter.
Yeah, this is already something. I mean, an indication that something went wrong. Yeah, for Magnus, he miscalculated. He maybe not miscalculated. He just blundered this bishop takes a5 idea.
You know, you put the bishop on a square.
But hang on, now h4, queen a8.
Whoa, queen a8. That's a turnaround move. Oh my goodness. Queen a8, rook a1, queen h1 mate. Peter, Ding blundered terribly.
Hello and a big welcome to all of you joining us for the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour benefiting Kiva final. I am delighted to be here, and today I'm super excited because the final that's coming up is guaranteed to blow our minds. I mean, this is stars aligning to give us two of the best players who have shown absolute class throughout the entire tour to come together to fight it out to decide who is the best one of the best ones. The format remains the same, but this time it gets harder because it's not a best of 5, it's a best of 7, which means the first player to win 4 sets is the winner of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour 2020. Let's take a look at the format. Let's have that up on the screen. We're going to be having 4 rapid games every day to make up the set. In case there's a tie, we've got 2 blitz games, which is 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. If that's still a tie, we go on to the Armageddon. The players are in the Armageddon. In the Armageddon, white starts with an extra minute. That's time odds, but black gets result odds, which means in case of a draw, black wins the set. It's all about winning the first 4 sets to win the entire final. I don't know about you guys, but the stamina and the mental fatigue has to be setting in for the players. Yesterday, Magnus Carlsen got a much deserved and a much desired break, but is he fresh enough to take on a Hikaru Nakamura who's had a bit of a break, who's had time to get ready for this, while Magnus, after the Legends of Chess, went on to do more after he played the Simmel with all of us, and after that, he's right here in the finals after a very, very epic semi-final battle against Ding Liren, where Magnus lost the first set but bounced back straight with 3-set victories. What are these two fighting for? In my mind, it's the big thing, the big prize is the pride. This is the world champion up against 5 times US champion, up against the world number 1 blitz player. We've seen Magnus Carlsen dominate all FIDE ratings. He's been the world champion in rapid blitz and the classical format, but Hikaru Nakamura still remains the world number 1 blitz player on the rating, and he's also somebody who is widely accepted as being the best in the world when it comes to shorter time formats. This is an epic rivalry. This is the rivalry of 2020. And of course, besides pride and besides ego and besides showing who's the best in the world, they are fighting for some big bucks as well. Because take a look, the runner-up goes back with $80,000 and a very cool $60K jump. If you win, you go back with $140,000. Now, anything can happen in this match. I still think that Magnus Carlsen is a favorite, but there is just so much that we've seen these two play against each other and trade blow after blow. We're going to be talking about that, but a quick reminder, if you think you can predict results and what's going to happen, it's a great time to go and enter the fantasy chess, because the fantasy chess for the finals is on and you've got about 15 minutes before the start of the round to enter this. Some very cool prizes for our premium members, some very cool questions like, will we see the Scandinavian, all the burning stuff right there for you to answer. So if you know these guys well, if you know what's going to happen, go and enter the fantasy chess contest. Let's take a look at how these two got here, their journey in the Magnus Carlsen chess tour. Magnus has won 3 out of the 4 events that he's played so far. He won the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, the Chessable Masters, the Legends of Chess, and now he beat Ding Liren to get to the finals. The other player who completely bedazzled us with his play was Hikaru Nakamura. He's the guy who reached 3 finals in the entire tour, and here he is with beating Daniel Dubov in 3 straight sets. The most consistent player who I feel has, even at times when Magnus has felt shaky, let's not forget the qualifying stage of the previous events. Magnus has sometimes had a bit of a struggle as well to qualify, while Hikaru Nakamura has not only made it to the finals of several events, but also finished at the top of the rankings in the qualifying stage. I think the one quality that we've seen in Hikaru's play so far has been his tremendous consistency. And let's also talk about what happened when these two have been meeting each other face off during the Magnus Carlsen chess tour. The first, not even talking about what happened during the qualifiers because they were trading blows throughout the event, but also the first big one, the Magnus Carlsen Invitational Final, where Magnus came on top after an extremely exciting final and eventually took the championship of the Invitational and booked his spot into what is happening today, the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour final. The second time that they met in the big matchup was at the Linderus Abbey Rapid Challenge, and that was all Hikaru Nakamura. He came back being a set down. As you can see on the screens, he was a set down and then 2 straight victories in a best of 3 match, and Hikaru sensationally knocked out Magnus Carlsen from this tournament. Went on to play Dubov in the final. Dubov won that final, but Hikaru did get his revenge finally in this very event. Take a look at what happened the day Hikaru Nakamura beat Magnus Carlsen in the Linderus Abbey Rapid Challenge. And that was the big Armageddon game that booked Hikaru's spot in the finals in that tournament and knocking out the world champion. Of course, they also met in the Chessable Masters, but that was in the qualifying stage. I think the Magnus Carlsen Invitational Final and the Linda Rasabi Rapid semi-final has been the tone of when these two have met, and which means we are going to be having a cracking final this time. We spoke to both players about what they expect out of it, and I think Magnus knows that he's up against the one player who's truly proven that he belongs right here in the final with his play, his energetic, non-compromising, striking when it matters the most and taking his chances, playing solid, making very, very few mistakes. As Hikaru himself said, he's been strategically playing his opponents, their style. I think he's just combined this entire universal aspect of chess prep and shown his A game in this entire tour. And then we asked Hikaru about what it's going to be like facing Magnus, and no one can put it better. I think for Hikaru, some of the things that are working great for him has of course been his consistency, the fact that he perhaps has a lot more energy because he's had a little bit of rest, a lot more than what Magnus has. Stamina, mental fatigue is going to be a big question. On top of that, we've seen Hikaru play a dominating semi-final in this entire tour. On the other hand, Magnus has had a demanding tour. He's played event after event. He's qualified to the finals in all of them. Yesterday, I think it was very clear to all of us just how shaken up and exhausted Magnus Carlsen was. Is Hikaru going to be able to use all of that to his advantage in this final? And what is it that works for Magnus? I think what works for Magnus in this final is that he's just bloody too damn good at chess. He's just Magnus Carlsen, and we've seen him come out in the hardest of situations, in the most difficult situation, to prove that he's truly the best. And I think Hikaru said it just better than anyone else could have when he said that everything that Hikaru has been doing in this event, there's one guy who's been doing it slightly better than him, and that's Magnus Carlsen. And talking about doing things better than anybody, I think the one overpowering aspect of Magnus's play that we have seen in this entire tour has of course been different aspects of the game, but the one standout moment which I think a lot of other players perhaps have struggled in has been his endgame play. I think every time Magnus Carlsen has gotten these opportunities, the clock is shot, but it might even look like an even position or a slight advantage to Magnus. He's gone on to prove those critical points and make the most of them, and we are in luck because Chessable has launched the Magnus Carlsen course on Endgames, and if that free lesson was anything to go by, this is going to be absolutely epic. We are going to be learning from the world champion just how to get good at endings, how to play like him. Check out this trailer. There's also a launch offer of a 40% off on the entire course, so definitely have a look at that. We perhaps will never be the world champion, but we can play a little bit like the world champion at a point when it matters the most, the endings. So check out that course. And talking about all the action, besides these two who we cannot ever stop talking about, of course, it's our audience who has been a big part of this show, sharing your Impact Chess stories and just being a part of all the excitement that's been happening. Big shout out to all of you for following it, for engaging with us on Twitter, and let's take a look at what's your take on the upcoming finals. We had Farsi Max writing in, best of luck to Hikaru on the final endgame of Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour. Even if it seems like there are 40 million possible outcomes, there is always the one future to win. Just keep calm and carry on streaming chess. I think the streaming chess will have to wait, as today Hikaru Nakamura faces one of his biggest challenges, and I think Magnus faces his biggest rival in a format where both are absolutely on their A game. I don't think any one of them has gotten lucky. I think they both have shown that they're truly the best in this entire tour with this demanding format. They belong here. Definitely the end game and some Avenger vibes. We see Magnus as Thanos and Hikaru Nakamura as Captain America. I love it. So let's move on to the next one. We also had Chess Master, more Avengers. Can't wait to see Magnus Carlsen doing his thing. Yes, Magnus is quite the Thor with his hammer on the board every time he sits down to play. I think what's been amazing has also been his ability to come back from difficult moments, and regardless of just how exhausted he is, regardless of just how difficult the format's been and how much chess he's been playing with the very best in the world, in a format that is so difficult, he has truly been unstoppable so far. But this is going to be a test by fire for the world champion. Let's move on to the next one. FIDE, the grand final of Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour is set to start tomorrow. It is Magnus versus Hikaru. Who will you root for? Tell us. Who is your favorite? Who do you think will win this match? And I know the answer might feel like Magnus is still a big favorite, but I have to say, I think when we see how the tour has gone and Hikaru's consistency in the qualifying stages, in the semifinals, in finals, the fight he's given, knocking out Magnus in one of the tournaments, it's really anybody's final. And tell us, who do you think is going to take it away in a best of 7 set? I personally think that a big question is going to come on, has Magnus recovered? He had 1 day off. Is he ready to go at it again? Because like I said, the format only got more tough. Let's move on to the next one. We also had Edward writing in with the world champion Magnus and Hikaru being arguably the best players in the world at faster time controls right now. Will the Impact Chess Finals all come down to psychology? It is going to be epic. It is going to be a cracking epic final. I think we all can agree on this, that these two are truly the best players in the world when it comes to shorter time controls. And especially you move that shorter time control to an online format, I feel that there's a big difference between Magnus and Hikaru and the rest of the bests. On this, I also see we've got Yas and Peter joining us. And I think this is a really interesting point about the psychology of the event. Let's get their thoughts. Let me just first get this one up. Magnus Carlsen showing the world why he is head and shoulders above the crowd. Well fought, Dingler, and thank you, Chess20. I completely agree. I think it takes both players to create an epic match, and that's what Dingler did with his fighting spirit. He drew first blood in his match against Magnus Carlsen, and day before yesterday, the chess that we saw from him, I mean, he was better in all rapid games, but just failed to convert it at those critical moments. And eventually Magnus had his chance. And the thing with Magnus is when he has his chance, he very seldom fails to convert them. But congratulations to Dingler for an epic run throughout the tour. And he's also been extremely generous and kind by contributing 5% of his winnings to our Support Kiva campaign. Take a look at the message that Ding had for all of us.
Chess has helped me a lot. It's my job, career, and it also makes me who I am now. In this difficult period, the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour has provided me with opportunities to play and compete. And it also brings company and joy to the chess fans. In addition, I joined the Kiva campaign in order to help companies affected by the epidemic.
If that semi-final was anything to go by, the final is going to be just another level. And talking about that, to take us through the action is going to be Grandmaster Yasser Saravan, along with Grandmaster Peter Lecco, the star commentators of the broadcast. Welcome, Yas. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you, Tanya. A pleasure to be with you as always, and great to call the action, the play-by-play, the move-by-moves with Peter Lecco. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finals. Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Yasser. Hello, Tanya. It's very nice to be here for the finals. It will be a thrilling final. As you already described, I mean, so many things had happened. We haven't seen Magnus Carlsen so exhausted as we have seen him just on the last day of his match against Dingliren. That was also the reason why I refrained from asking him any chess questions. We very much wanted to hear what he was thinking about all those intense fights, but I felt it was the right moment to give Magnus time to recover for this final, and we need his best here, and I'm pretty sure that Magnus is up to the task.
Absolutely, Peter. And I think this rest that he got has been extremely crucial for him. Now we're entering this best of 7 contest. And Yas, what do you think? Do you think we are going to see firecrackers from the very start, from the first set, or do you feel that the play might be slower today, just building up because they need to ease into the format and into the finals?
Thank you, Tanya. There's no question to my mind that there's going to be ups and downs. The match itself is going to experience cycles, if you will, in the chess. There'll be a lot of tactical slugfests, but also a lot of strategic, slow middle game play. I think the players are going to test themselves in all areas. And for me, as we all made our predictions, and I predicted this finals, I predicted Hikaru to win these finals. I'm going to stay with my prediction. I'll tell you why. I think the most confident player in the world where blitz chess is concerned is Hikaru. Hikaru just really sees himself as the supremo of blitz chess. That doesn't mean that Magnus isn't really, really good. He is. But what I think the strategy for Hikaru is going to be is to try to split the rapid games 2-2 and to force overtime blitz games, because that, in my opinion, is where Hikaru feels that he has an edge. Whether that's true or not, we're going to find out. Peter, your take.
Yeah, that's of course kind of a strategy, but also very interesting for me how the players will approach the whole match, because already the semifinal was something special with the best of 5, and now we are having a best of 7, and the game just has started, and Magnus Carlsen goes for the Sicilian e4, c5, knight f3, and d6. So Magnus is ready to play the Najdorf against Hikaru, I believe.
All right, but Tanya, you didn't give us your final viewpoint. What are you expecting for today's finals, the first set?
Yes, I think this format just welcomes firecrackers. I think this format is just absolutely, there is no margin for being slow here, because a winner is decided at the end of the play. I completely agree with you, Yas, that perhaps going into blitz and a shorter time format might be something that works for Hikaru, and it's something that he's thought about. We're going to see the action. We do have a Najdorf on the board, so definitely no slow play for these guys. A reminder to our audience, stay with us and join us in this epic final by using the hashtag ImpactChess. Yes, Peter, take us through the action.
Thank you. And thank you, Tanya. And Hikaru has played the F3 line that, Magnus was playing. Again, I think you asked Peter, Magnus, did he like it when his opponent was playing his favorite opening or defense against him? He said no. And what do you think about Hikaru's choice from a psychological perspective as well as a choice overall?
Yeah, very, very interesting. Already also the choice from Magnus that he was ready to play the Najdorf, because one thing, I want to mention is that I felt like we already discussed a lot that Magnus is kind of quite exhausted, and he has had very tough schedule, and he just finished the Legends tournament and now he's playing another final. That I felt like, playing a type of positions where he feels at ease the most would be the logical strategy. And in this regard, I was very much expecting e4 to be answered by e5 by Magnus. However, he goes for the Sicilian Najdorf. I believe there might have been also the reason that he was expecting Hikaru to play a certain line which he used to play. I believe Hikaru was the type of player who used a lot of 6-move bishop g5s, and maybe Magnus felt like he's ready for it. I'm not sure that he anticipated this f3 at all. On the other hand, now also Hikaru is in a territory where he doesn't really have much experience.
Exactly. We just saw this moves bishop e7 and queen d2 and h5. I mean, I think for a lot of people in our audience, they get mystified. When is g2, g4 a threat? Couldn't white have started with g4? Shouldn't black in turn have started with h5? But for whatever, theoretical nuances there are, they have achieved this position. And what can you tell us about this position, Peter, after the move queen d2? Is white going to castle long, or is he going to go bishop e2 and castle short?
Well, to be honest, we had exactly this position between Magnus Carlsen and Dingliden, and I think I was mentioning that I felt like Dingliden mixed up the plans in that game, but here we got a little bit different move order, because in that game, I think, it was very interesting because that game featured bishop e3, e5, knight b3, bishop e6, and Magnus played the move order with queen d2. He did not play f3 yet immediately. He used the fact that he started with bishop e3, he went queen d2, and after bishop e7, he played the move f3, which was answered by Dingliden with h5, and Magnus hesitated like for 1.5–2 minutes, and he chose this slightly mysterious little move bishop e2, indicating that he might gonna castle short. On the other hand, then after Dingliden played knight b7, Magnus changed his direction and went for knight d5 followed by long castles. So lot of finesses here, and now we see something similar, that Hikaru opted for knight d5 immediately, and I told you, I think already during the broadcast, that knight d5 can be answered by knight d5, e d5, bishop f5, and in case if white goes bishop d3, then after the exchange of the light square bishop, white loses an extra tempo with queen d2 and queen takes d3. So that's the reason why black feels like once you place your queen on d2, then this knight takes on d5, e takes d5, bishop f5 is very much a legitimate choice. And now don't be fooled, because there is a real development in the game. Bishop f5 happened, bishop e2, and bishop h4 check. If you just look at this position the first time, you might be completely shocked that what on earth is this bishop h4 check? After all, after g3, Magnus had to retreat back to e7. And the point is that, yeah, this is slightly mysterious, but I think Hikaru himself played this bishop h4 check, bishop e7 back in 2003 with the black pieces. So Hikaru knows what this is all about.
So the players are opting to use the favorite weapons of their opponents against them. Now, having said that this is theoretically recommended, Peter, this whole bishop h4 check, g2, g3, bishop e7, again, I think a lot of players in the audience, and I'm going to put my hand up in the air too, are mystified that provoking the move g2, g3 is worth 2 tempes in the opening. Can it really be that the move g2, g3 is so bad for white? And why is that?
No, it's not clear at all if that is bad. I mean, it's more about the psychology of the position, that if you look at this position after black captured with the knight and kept the bishops, one very natural plan for white is simply to castle short. Let's just imagine black plays something like knight d7. Then first of all, you might go knight a5, hinting at the pawn on b7. If black reacts with queen c7, then you play c4. And if black castles short, white also castles short. And somehow white has a very easy, comfortable play with b2, b4 coming, followed by some rook c1, preparing the typical breakthrough with c4, c5. Black can never play b6 because then the knight jumps to c6, and this lovely knight on a5 is very nicely positioned. And after black gives this bishop h4 check and includes g3, bishop e7, it basically says that yes, I lost 2 tempi. However, now white will not really feel comfortable castling short because he has weakened his structure with g3. In this regard, basically it's almost like an invitation for white to castle long. But if you castle long, then one has the argument that, okay, if your plan is to expand on the queen side with c4 as happened in the game and for example, later with knight a5, b4, then with the king on c1, you are not feeling that happy about this.
Remarkable that I like the logic and the way you explained why the move g2, g3, and it's just kind of this moment where both sides are keeping their options open. I must still say, Peter, as a classical player myself, I'm very skeptical about the loss of the two tempi. We will see. White has played the move c2, c4, hoping for that knight d7, knight a5 kind of queenside bind that you mentioned. And Magnus was quick to flick out this nice little move. I like it a lot. a6, a5, just to stop White from getting that bind. Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is an obligatory move. I mean, Black has to stop this knight a5 because the knight on a5 is really so irritating. And we have seen that Dingley in a little bit similar position, of course, without it, the Black exchanged the bishop for that knight, but he tried to slow it down with b6. But later he anyway was running out of counterplay and he opted for b6, b5, and then knight a5 came. Anyway, so a5 is a much more natural way of dealing with this problem. And also in some type of positions, the move a5, a4, hitting the knight on b3 might be annoying for White. So also White has to make up his mind. What is his plan? Will he really castle long? And then after a4, let's say, go back with the knight to a1, which is not the end of the world, because the knight actually via c2, a3 can head to the lovely square b5, but still it's something you have to think about. Or you just gonna play a move like rook c1, which already would indicate that you are ready to castle short. And I absolutely understand Hikaru that he's taking his time because this is not an easy decision.
Absolutely not an easy decision at all. And I seem to remember as you were talking about the a4 and the knight being driven to a1 where it comes back to c2. There was a game, I believe it was between Alexander Grishuk and Magnus Carlsen, where we saw a very thematic line of play just like that. And like you say, the players are making some very difficult long-term strategic decisions and taking a little bit of time. I still find it remarkable that that they play these strategic decisions, these very, very, very crucial ones, with just within 30, 60 seconds, they make that. I must say that for me, Peter, I like this move bishop d3 a lot. The reason why I like it is because I'm thinking any trade of bishops and the knight could come back to d2 and maybe pop up one day on a beautiful square e4.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if Black takes on d3, which is absolutely possible. However, I do recall that one of the other ideas of this bishop h4 check, bishop e7 was to have the option of playing the very strange looking move bishop h3. Mm-hmm. And I do believe that there was a time when Houdini was playing like this and was really irritating me during the analysis, that he was insisting that keeping this bishop is like 0-0. If you exchange it, then White has an edge. And I simply did not know how long I have to analyze this position, because the more I looked, the more 0-0 I saw, and it was driving me crazy. And bishop h3 on the board.
Well, you called it. Nice call there, Peter. Why was 0-0 on the board?
Yeah, I mean, those are these typical positions that if you don't know that engine says it's 0-0, you will say that no way this position ever can be a 0-0, because this is such a double-edged complex position. But the engines has to evaluate it in some way, and by saying that it's 0-0, it means that, yeah, it's double-edged for him.
Wow. Okay. What can I say? I thought that the trade of light square bishops, by the way, would favor White. I just didn't know how much. But, you know, again, this next loss of tempo, this bishop to h3, you know, again, that's really confusing to me that Black can continually move his bishops around and not get punished. I mean, I guess it's just also don't forget that in closed positions, oftentimes you can spend tempi maneuvering. And this is a semi-closed position. Only one pair of pawns has been traded. But again, having said all of that, I mean, White is gaining more and more time for his development. I see that he has a problem with his knight on b3. You'd love it to be on, say, c3. Then you could get it to a nice circuit. But it's just like a problem that he's going to solve one day. In the meantime, what do you think Magnus's plan is going to be?
Yeah, this is the big question. I mean, Hikaru went for long castle. Basically, after bishop h3, he also doesn't really have any other choice. Mm-hmm. And okay, somewhere black should try to develop. I mean, get the knight to d7. The big question is in these positions when to include this move a5, a4. Because on one side, you really want to push this pawn. On the other hand, the knight on b3 doesn't have a future. And when you push a4 too prematurely, too quickly, then actually you might play into your opponent's hand by letting him start this regrouping of his knight. As you also mentioned, yeah, this knight is white's problem. So Magnus kept the tension with knight b7, and Hikaru played the move which he was very happy, I think, about, because king b1 you can play a tempo and you are winning back some time. And also hinting at that, you know, now black has to reckon with two options after a5, a4. White still has the same plan, or he might change the route. And if he feels like the knight on e2 can also go to c3, eventually if he plans some kingside action somewhere, some timely g3, g4, then the knight on e2 can be also handy in going towards the g3 square, trying to attack black king if black dares to castle short. After all, sooner or later, black will also have to make up his mind where to put this colleague on e8.
Exactly. Well, you just kind of set the table really well. I mean, black's king needs a home. The center is okay for now, but it's not always going to be okay. One day he's going to have to castle short. And when that day comes, isn't g3, g4 going to promise white a really nice attack, Peter? So we do have a4, knight c1 on the board. The knight is seeking to go, as you said, e2 to c3. So just imagine castles for black. I mean, not that you have to play g4 right away, but imagine g4 right away. Or you like it? Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I ask is if you take twice on g4, and then let's say rook d1 to f1, then I see an open g file. I just didn't want to allow bishop f3. Maybe I can allow bishop f3, but yeah, I see. White's bishops are looking really good. I mean, I would be shocked if this wasn't like checkmate, game over kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this already illustrates the dangers, and also one of the reasons why black will definitely not even think about castling right now. It's more like a long-term problem, and also I very much like that Hikaru immediately used also blitzed out knight c1, signaling his opponent that, you miss your chance of pushing my knight all the way to a1 and to c2, and in fact, I'm a very aggressive player, so I want to go after your king. But Magnus makes a very nice move, and the typical reaction in these positions when you are pushing a5, a4, that you go queen a5, challenging the queen from d2. I mean, you basically invite white to go something like queen f2, and then you might have the idea of playing something like bishop d8, followed by bishop b6, exchanging the dark squared bishops, because that would be a nice strategical achievement for black.
Exactly. And I like this move, queen a5, a lot, because the alternative of castling short was like walking into a kind of a uppercut. White is ready to play the g4 move, make the pawn sacrifice, and the bishop on h3 might be really forlorn kind of trap. Now, after queen a5, I'm feeling like I should just be better. But while I like to keep queens, I'm not sure I want to spend the tempo to do so, Peter. Like, should I be playing, I don't know, queen e2 and just asking black what he wants to achieve, or should white play. Well, in fact, Hikaru made the decision for us. By the way, they're playing very quickly. He traded queens, Peter.
Yeah, he traded queens, which is also a very typical idea in these positions. However, I'm a little bit surprised, but it has a very concrete idea. I mean, Hikaru followed it up with rook a g1, basically hinting that, yes, we changed the queens. However, g3, g4 is still a big issue because the bishop on h3 might get kind of trapped after g4. And the big question is that, can black allow himself to play something like f5, stopping the threat of g3, g4 in that way? But that also makes a very, very strange feeling towards the bishop on h3. Nevertheless, black has the idea then also maybe to go g5 and then later to push f5, f4 if necessary, if he feels that the bishop is in danger. In any case, we are in for a very, very interesting dynamic endgame.
Absolutely. Wow.
And f5 on the board.
You're right. Normally speaking, we don't get a chance to see black using his majority quite so concretely. Also, I have to question, somehow for me, the rook on a5 feels better placed than on a8, as it does support the move knight c5 should black need it. But let's take a look at, finally, we can calculate maybe something very consequent. Knight e2, Peter. And if you play knight e2, and if you play g5, my intention was to play knight c3 and just ignore what was going on the king side.
Yeah, that's very, very logical. I mean, usually this is a big strategical fight. Don't be fooled that it's an endgame, because it's still very, very messy and very complex. The fact is that black still has this strategical idea to somehow change the dark square bishops with bishop d8, bishop b6. On the other hand, when the white knight gets to b5, pushing the d6 pawn, then it might not be so easy. And also when you push, for example, g5, then you have this problem of that the bishop has to defend both pawns, g5 and the d6 pawn. So you might not be able to carry out this strategical idea with bishop d8, bishop b6. That's exactly the reason why g7, g5 you might not really want to do, but the reason why I mentioned this g5 was that isn't white threatening to just move the rook, for example, to e1 and try to play knight g1, harassing the bishop on h3? But there is this argument that whenever you move your rook to e1, then black might be able to play a move like bishop g2, but still you can answer it with knight g1. So all kinds of finesses here, lot to calculate.
Absolutely. That's funny. I like what you're saying. Rook e1 and knight g1 and bishop g2. And it's sort of like, be careful of the tiger you're inviting to dinner. I mean, you might be the dinner. If you trap the bishop, you're a genius, Peter. But sometimes that bishop, ends up being more irritating. Not quite the target you had hoped. Knight e2 on the board, Peter. So from your point of view, the moves that black should consider are maybe bishop d8, g5. Do you think about castling short and finally saying, okay, my king is going kingside, or do you prefer to keep it in the center, keeping your options open?
Yeah, very, very tough call. I mean, there are so many nuances to take care of, and I absolutely understand why Magnus is spending his time, taking his time. Usually, from my experience, I have to say that whenever I analyzed these endgames, I had the feeling that whenever you made a move, you had the impression that the side who made the move is right. And now that white played the move knight e2, it looks like, wow, we are discussing all white's plans and it looks so beautiful. But believe me, if suddenly black finds a good answer, we might have exactly the same arguments to explain why black is doing great. And in this regard, I'm now very curious to see how Magnus will deal with his very next move.
Exactly. Again, all of the moves that you've considered, g5, bishop d8, castles, maybe a small argument for king f7 as well. I just like, the rook on h8 isn't that purposeful. One of the things that we've kind of mentioned is that the bishop on h3 could very easily suffer that's why the idea of G5 F4 was kind of your first instinct. And when you go G5 and F4, that was why also having your king on F7 might be useful, because the G file could easily become opened. Getting it right, getting the moves in the proper sequence, so very important. But I must say, Magnus is burning a lot of his clock to find the correct sequence, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even somewhere I do recall some game by Caruana and Dominguez. It was a little bit different, but they played a very high level game in this structure and in this very specific line. And Magnus chose the move short castle. So he feels like, yeah, the dynamic aspect of the position is very, very important. He wants to be able to use this F4 or E4 idea somewhere, because now his rook on F8 is very active. So he can make good use of it in case he feels necessary to take direct action. And yeah, that game I mentioned was in Thessaloniki in 2013, the FIDE Grand Prix, which Dominguez not only won that game, but he also won that tournament.
He was in really, really good form. Okay, so castles, I understand what you're saying. It introduces the dynamic that the rook on F8 is potentially X-raying the F3 pawn, so that the move F5, F4 could create a tactical skirmish. One of the things maybe that Hikaru that attracted Hikaru to trading queens on the A5 square was that maybe he could pick up a tempo against the rook and neatly sidestep the move F5, F4. Something to be said for bishop D2 followed by knight C3, Peter?
To be honest, I would be quite relieved from the black side if somebody kicks my rook away from A5 with a move like bishop D2, because I do believe that this bishop on E3 is such a wonderful piece. Mm-hmm. And okay, yes, it's true, you are kicking my rook back, but okay, please do so. I feel like now something like knight C5 and also the idea of bishop D8, bishop B6 activating this bishop might gain in strength once you remove this bishop from E3.
Okay, just continue the line for us, please. Knight C3. Obviously, I'm anticipating exactly what you're saying. That should your bishop go back to D8, knight B5, harassing the D6 pawn was kind of what I was hoping I'd be achieving.
Yeah, and after
bishop, you know what comes next?
Sacrificing, yeah.
Yes, exactly. We're too much. Are we children of Tigran Petrosian? I don't know. I mean, but he certainly showed us that we can sacrifice exchanges, Peter.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, I would never even think about allowing something like this. Yeah, I'm the prophylactic student. Yeah, I'm the prophylactic student. So if I understand my opponent is signaling this threat, even like 2-3 moves ago, I will just make sure that no. Okay, I understand you want this. You are not gonna get it. But we have some real dramatic action, because Hikaru chose the more natural knight C3, and Magnus is trying to use this dynamic with this pawn sacrifice E5,
E4. Call me skeptical. It's very, very hard for me to believe that E5, E4 is good. Explain to us why it is good, Peter. I'm going to start with the obvious capture.
Yes, I think that if you capture, definitely the idea is knight E5, and now after I played the move E5, E4, the light squared bishop suddenly starts to be very, very important, and I'm hitting your bishop, claiming that if I get this and we open up the position, then my bishop on H3 will be wonderful, returning to F5 or to the light squares, and you will have some problem. Also, the pawn on C4 might be loose, and if after knight E5 you're gonna play bishop E2, I might have the move F takes E4. And if you take knight E4, I suddenly have this bishop F5. That's what I meant by short castle, giving all these dynamic possibilities. And this is what we are seeing now.
Wow. Well, now that you put it like that, I may have to dial back my distaste for the move E4, because as you say, it seems to be that like there's still a little discomfort in White's position. that the light square bishop on e2 isn't as powerful. When black gets his bishop to f5, he seems to be a happy camper.
Yeah, and now we also see how clever and super smart computer were already in 2013. Yeah, by saying that, this bishop h4 check, bishop e7, and putting the bishop on h3 has a real strategical purpose in long term. So kudos to the old engines as well.
Yeah, the pawn on g3, boy, if there was ever a desire to bring a pawn backwards, g3, g2. So the f3 square is also a very nice weakness. So captures knight e5 on the board. And yeah, somehow this pawn on c4 is a little bit irritating. I don't know. Suddenly things are getting, I feel like I might be losing control, but maybe not. Peter, if I play bishop e2, and I'm assuming you were going to capture on e4, and this play will justify black's decision to play the move e5, e4, but c4, c5, a counter thrust, Peter?
Wow, that's actually very much in the spirit, because when you feel like your opponent has done e5, e4, you think like, I want to give this back to you. Yeah,
exactly.
Let me toss you with some c4, c5, and let's check how you're gonna feel about it.
Right.
The question is simply that I might ignore it, and I might just continue with my plan of trying to get the light squares with knight f3.
Yeah. It's funny how you can have a blind spot. For a moment there earlier, you pointed out that knight takes e4 is going to run into bishop f5. I thought somehow by playing c5, I made the threat of recapturing on e4 that much stronger. Okay, so having put it like that, I've got to. Ooh, I don't know if this worked. Sorry, if you take the move c5 back for a second, I think I'm going to do it in the wrong way. But if I go rook, yes, take on e4, rook, David 4. The move I was thinking was you would play knight f3. And I wanted to play rook e4, knight g1, rook e7. And I was trying to calculate or trying to judge whether this was a justified play by white. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
the
idea was beautiful, but the outcome I'm not sure about yet.
Exactly. Alexander Alakite, in his 2-volume series, My Best Games, said that in one position, Peter, it's a classic quote by Alakite, falling into my opponent's trap was the quickest way of winning the game. Nice. Okay, we do have as usual, a different approach by Hikaru. He's played bishop b6, Peter.
Yeah, he has played the move bishop b6, and now rook a6 is coming. And now I'm wondering that you remember in the semifinals we managed to find the moves, and we were offering the same moves. It seems like the players stepped up. Yeah, I mean, they are in the finals and we are not able to reach out to their moves.
Exactly. They definitely seem to have different approaches, different ideas. Magnus's castles in particular, followed immediately by e5, e4. That was not the direction I was thinking of at all. I was thinking like you in the direction of g5 and so on. And then hitting the rook with bishop b6, no. I was thinking that if we were going to hit the rook, we were going to do it with bishop d2, because sometimes the bishop goes from d2 to b4, when the knight is on b5 and so on. In any case, he has played unexpectedly with bishop b6, rook a6, bishop d4, and what is his idea? Because black could now capture the two bishops, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, there are all kinds of questions. There is also the move knight f3.
Also.
Forking, basically. I mean, it seems like white wants to give up or has to give up some material. It's another question that maybe actually giving up the exchange with the pawn and keeping the light square bishop is not even such a bad exchange for white, because he keeps nice center grip, but still it's somewhat intriguing what we are seeing here. And knight f3 on the board, and Hikaru goes c4, c5. What on earth is happening here?
Wow. A very, very sharp tactical skirmish. I thought we were settling in for a semi-closed position, Peter. We could demonstrate to the audience our wonderful positional and strategic understanding, and the board just blowed up.
Yeah, okay, I kind of mentioned that don't be fooled by this seemingly queenless position, because it's just a very complex middle game position, and all these end games with their dynamics is the way to treat this position. But I mean, this bishop b6, bishop d4 followed by c4, c5 spices things even more up. But you know, I just feeling-wise can't believe that it should work out for white. I mean, it feels like black's pieces are so active and more naturally placed that somehow some exchange sacrifice or whatever should work out more in black's favor. That's my feeling.
Okay, feelings aside, we do have d6 takes c5 on the board, regaining the pawn sacrifice by e5, e4. And what do you reckon will be the most likely scenario here? The bishop on d4 being hit. Is it going to retreat?
It's very easy, because Hikaru has played the move bishop e3, and once you see the move being played, it looks perfect sense.
Okay.
So I would have gone with bishop e3 as well. Yeah, let's put
Me
it
too.
that way.
Me too. One of the benefits I want to say of white sacrifice, pawn sacrifice, c4, c5, is he has opened up for a route for his passer on d5. White very, very much wants to play bishop takes a6 and d6, which, by the way, just explains why black didn't take on g1. I think Magnus judged that after takes, take the bishop, take on g1 with the bishop, I think. I think Magnus judged this and said he didn't want to face that move, d5, d6, so he kept the rooks on the board, Peter.
Yeah, I think it's very natural, and rook af6 and also rook h1 played. I have to say that it feels to me like a very, very intense and very high quality game. I can very well imagine that in a classical game, players would be taking like half an hour time for their next moves. Here they have to rely on their intuition.
And
very, very tough call. And look at this, what is happening. Bishop g2 had been almost blitzed out also. Let's not forget about the time situation. One was down to 1 minute 40 versus Hikaru little bit over 3 minutes. Very, very sharp battle. I mean, battle of titans, I would say.
Wow, talk about a chaos on the board. Rook h1 says to black, if you want to take my exchange, you got to hunt it down with your light square bishop. You take the rook on h1, but you're going to lose the pawn on h5. So as compensation for an exchange, I'll have a pawn, a good light squared bishop, and a pawn on a4 would be hanging at the end. And Magnus has played a3. And, you know, we talked about the potential weaknesses of this amazing world champion, Magnus Carlsen. We said, if there's anything you can do, you got to get a chaotic position. Well, I mean, guess what? Hikaru did achieve that part. Is it good for him or not? That's the question, Peter.
Yeah, very, very difficult to say. I mean, this move a3 was a very well timed and very annoying move to face from the white side, because if you ignore the move like it happened in the game, then believe me, you are quite irritated by this pawn on a3. But the reason is why Hikaru did not take on a3, that taking on a3 also weakens his king, and all of a sudden also black's bishop, dark squared bishop, will be very, very powerful. Black might be able to switch to rook b6 check. Not clear where this white king should go, because king a1 would be met by bishop f6 hitting the diagonal. Otherwise, some retreat after king c2 with knight d4 check would have been very unpleasant. So b3 is the practical move. I mean, you feel like you have to keep the shelter for your king, but Magnus continues with knight d4.
Yeah, this is also the real problem, is that this pawn on a4 was weakness. Suddenly it got to be more than irritating. We could see almost in this case that there's a back rank mate possibility. This pawn on a3 is suddenly very, very disturbing. I wasn't 100% sure that any move on the queen side was required, Peter. I might have even gone for h2, h3. If you take on b2, not forced, of course, but just in case. Oftentimes, I'm kind of happy that pawn's on b2, and I might have just gone g4 and said, okay, now I'm going to keep my f pawn. Maybe on a good day, I've got knight e4, and this pawn on b2 isn't going to survive in the long term. That was not what Hikaru did. He did play the move b3, and as you were about to point out, knight d4 does hit the f5 pawn, Peter.
Yeah, it hits, and we see also the big difference compared to your line, h3, g4, because, yeah, now after knight d4, we are missing the move g3, g4. But to be honest, the move h2, h3 is probably much more easy to suggest in analysis than to play it over the board with little time, because if after h3 something goes wrong, you will be blamed that how could you play so slowly. if of course, if turns out to be the very powerful move, then people say that of course you should have played h3, it was obvious. So over the board, it's very tough for the players to make all this judgment with very few seconds on the clock. By the way, now both players under 1 minute in this very sharp position.
Okay, I see knight takes f5. I don't like knight takes f5. I was about to say, can I deal with it tactically by rook f1, knight f5, bishop g5, Peter?
Yeah, that's one of the questions. I'm also calculating heavily. Okay, one thing, black can also always just sacrifice back the exchange and say that, okay, I have a perfectly fine, solid, stable position, exactly what I need for time trouble. On the other hand, maybe black feels like that he's better and he wants already more than that. But down to 10 seconds, so you really have to go for knight f5.
Very, very, very dramatic game here as bishop g5, knight f5 on the board, bishop g5. Like you said, I can just return the exchange, and then for the dark square, for the price of the dark squared bishop, black gets some really nice play at the end. Peter, because after all, that pawn on a3 is still very irritating. And we did see a trade of rooks. Oops. It looks like after the move knight e4, Hikaru is essentially making an offer of a draw.
Basically, that was the point that after rook f1, I'm pretty sure Magnus felt like there should be some option to continue, but down to 10 seconds, he felt like, okay, no, I mean, this is the first game of the match. The finals, I have to settle in. I shouldn't be risking here because it's very easy with few seconds on the clock to blunder something. And in this respect, knight takes f5, bishop g5, knight d6 was a very sensible, professional idea. Black would actually be even better if not for the fact that white can immediately exchange all the pieces, which Hikaru made good use of it. And after the exchange of the bishops, I mean the knights, it was clear that it's just question of time when the game ends in a draw, and the game had ended in a draw already.
Wow. I must say, I have this feeling that this was an excellent game for a rapid game. If you had shown me this game and said that it took place in a classical tournament game, I would have said, yeah, that was a well-played game. Both players seemed to show what their relative trumps out of the opening might be. And I just have to tip my hat. Tanya, that felt like a damn good game.
Absolutely, yes, a damn good game. It left me breathless. I mean, a draw, but in this manner, just, leaves no doubt in our minds just what an epic struggle this is going to be for both players. I do think a draw in the first game with the black pieces, we've sort of seen this narrative before in the tour. I think it kind of works out a little better for the player playing black because now he's got time to come back with white. But Hikaru's made his intentions extremely clear. He's not afraid of Magnus. He is going for the most dynamic lines and the most combative play on the board. And I just want to quickly show you guys a very cute idea that I was looking at with the computer while the game was on. And if we can just go back to the moment when Hikaru played Rook H1 after Knight F3, Bishop B6, Rook A6. And I think this entire concept by Hikaru of playing Bishop B6, which in the beginning looks like, wait, did he just miss Rook A6, Bishop D4, Knight F3 in this position? But this entire construction that he had just shows that his creativity is on point today. And here, let's just go on a little bit. C5 takes and Rook H1. After Bishop G2, there's a very interesting suggestion by the computer, which is simply to come back Rook G1 now. And the point is that here, the best move for black is actually to go back Bishop H3 and repeat, because check this out. If you grab the rook on G1 right now, white's got this really pretty intermezzo with E5 on the board. And then picking up this knight on G1 after this and these two stunning pawns on the board, it would have actually been a big, big advantage for white. I love this idea, and I'm not sure if you guys discussed this briefly on the broadcast. Probably not, because also making this move like Rook H1 and coming back Rook G1 is just, I think it's really cute. A missed moment. I wonder if Magnus would have gone Bishop H3. Would it have been a repetition much early on? But I'm glad that it wasn't, because what a firework of a game that was. Absolutely a cracking start to day one of the finals. And as we can see, the other cracking news is right below me. I am so proud of the chess community and all the donations that are coming in for this brilliant cause that Chess24 is so proud of supporting. Kiva, a not-for-profit organization which has pledged to raise $50 million to help businesses, to help entrepreneurs, to help startups in underserved, in isolated communities survive an extremely difficult year, a very difficult time, by raising money from them, for them. And Chess24 will be donating 50%, contributing 50% of all premium memberships during the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour final, benefiting Kiva to this cause. And I think it's just been so impactful to have the game of chess in our lives that it just makes perfect sense to give back to the community yet again through chess. And I think this is the reason, yes, Peter, that we've got guests like Tani coming into our show and talking to us, because these are the stories that truly highlight how chess has made a difference and been this positive catalyst in a family's life that had to flee Nigeria and settle down in the United States as refugee. And then chess comes in and dreams can become a reality. And now we just go a full circle by contributing and helping people in very difficult situations and businesses which have been affected through the game that has given us so much in such a difficult time. Let's also take a look at, yes, how people have been enjoying our audience, our beloved audience, because for whom really this entire broadcast and everything that we're doing. What are their thoughts on the action that happened in round one? Let's get out the conversations from Twitter. How to improve a Friday afternoon? Watch the final of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour between Hikaru and Magnus. Indeed, absolutely. I think it's not just today, it's the next 7 days. It's a best of 7, which means the player to win the first 4 sets will not qualify because this is the end of the road, will be the winner of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour 2020. Lots of action coming up. And like we've seen what just happened in game 1, if that's the tone that we're going to get for the rest of the day, you're going to need a lot of coffee for this. Let's move on to the next one. And this is a photograph. Thank you so much, Rishi, for sending this in. This is actually a photograph from the Grand Chess Tour in November in Calcutta, in India, that happened in 2019. And this was Magnus Carlsen in between rounds. It was a rapid format. Just give me a second. It was a rapid format, and we saw Magnus between games. What does the world champion do? Nothing, just kick some ball around, dribble and shoot it around, and then get ready for the next game. And of course, he went on to win the event. And this was at the terrace of the tournament hall where all the action was happening. A very memorable event. And yes, you've also been such an integral part of the Grand Chess Tour. I think we can't wait for all that chess action to return. But for this year, for 2020, this tour is where it's at. This final is where it's at, because this is the very best in the world. The two absolutely fantastic fast format players battling it out for the highest, the biggest prize fund in an online event, the most elite, the strongest players playing against each other. Just what a final we've set up. And check out this video coming up for more information on everything that's been going around the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour.
Our partner for the tour final is Kiva, the non-profit with a mission to expand financial access to help underserved communities. Kiva does incredible work providing microloans to help people around the world create opportunity for themselves and their communities. When the pandemic started, Kiva set up a global COVID-19 response fund to help small businesses get back on their feet. Their target? To raise $50 million to support thousands of people around the world. Chess24 wants to help make that happen. During the tour's final, we will be donating 50% of all proceeds from new premium memberships to Kiva. Go premium, and you will not just be supporting us and getting the best chess entertainment out there, you will be supporting people in times of need through Kiva. And if you are premium already, you can buy sponsored premium memberships for schools in cities and countries of your choice in our shop. Let's show how chess can play its part together.
So consider going premium and investing in your own chess education and improving your own game with the help of the very best that are out there who have done some brilliant video series on Chess24. But you can also donate membership. You can buy premium for your friends, for your family, for anybody who's fallen in love with chess in this extremely difficult time. And by doing that, support the community as well. 50% of all premium sales will go towards Kiva's campaign in helping the community, in helping businesses survive the pandemic. Let's take a look at all the other action that we've been having on Twitter, because you guys have been loving the fact that just the final that we have set up. How do arbiters prevent cheating in Chess24 Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour? How are accusations of cheating or engines use handled? Loving the tour, fantastic production. Thank you so much, Osmosis Garfield. And I think this is a really great question to ask, because a lot of you have been, I think this is something that comes into everybody's mind the moment you take chess from over the board to online. I think the perils of online chess and how is it that we are able to deal with this is something that, of course, all organizers have looked into, and Chess24 has taken extremely strict measures against this for this tour. In my mind, the first thing that comes to this is, of course, the fact that these guys, I mean, for me, I would not even think that they would ever go down that road, but that's not how chess works, because you've got to have the measures in place. There's so much at stake, big bucks at stake, and just to make everything more authentic, these strong measures need to be in place. And for this event, there are a minimum of 2, but sometimes even 3 cameras around the players. So the arbiters at all times can see the screen, the computer screen, but can also see the entire room where the players are sitting. The arbiters can also see the players at all times. There's absolutely no chance and no margin for any foul play at all, because the players are being looked at, their room, their cameras, everything is in place. The arbiters are keeping a constant eye on it. And we often see the players looking at their left or towards their right, and we wonder what is it that they're seeing. And of course, besides thinking about, we've seen these guys do that during the game, not looking at the board. But besides that, a lot of these players actually have two dual monitors. So they've got another monitor set up next to them where they can see their opponent on the Zoom call to actually get a look at their body language. And even this monitor can be viewed by the arbiters. So absolutely nothing to worry about there, about any of this. Chess24 has ensured that there is absolutely no scope for any foul play. The only heartbreaking thing for me, honestly, with this whole internet online setup has been dealing with just the unpredictability of online connectivity, which we've seen Ding Liren really suffer with, but I hope in the future we can work out something around that as well. Let's move on to the next one. And we had Grandmaster Jonathan Tistel writing in, the sharpness levels of opening in the Carlsen Ding match have been off the scale. Maybe rapid chess is the future. And then Malcolm replying, I'm trying to work, but I can't take my eyes off this. 2 cracking games already. You guys are absolutely right. And I think this is the point that we were trying to discuss, that we were discussing during the pre-show today, that how this format and online chess just welcomes insanity and madness on the board, but insanity of an extremely high level. It's not like you're just dropping pieces and blundering. We see players go for the most combative, difficult, complex positions because there is, I think with online rapid chess, there is a little bit more margin for taking risks. And because the clock situation, your opponent does not have that much time to really make use of, perhaps a novelty which you might not use in over-the-board classical time format because your opponent has enough time to counter it. But here with the clock ticking, you can take your chances. You can perhaps come in even slightly dubious positions as long as it's posing the maximum questions to your opponent, because it's just not about your skill of how well you calculate, but also how fast you calculate. Is rapid chess the future? I personally miss classical over-the-board chess. And I think it's a great question, Jonathan, because at the end of it, this online boom that we've seen of rapid and blitz in the online format, I think this will definitely reflect when we do return to over-the-board chess. How it does it is to be seen. And I'm going to get Yas and Peter in because we are about to lift off soon. Yas, how do you feel about this? Do you think that perhaps the format, playing 4 rapid games, the short time controls, is one of the reasons why we are seeing such aggressive play from the players, not just these two, but throughout the tour?
Oh, well, thank you, Tanya. Indeed, I like the Twitter, and shout out to Jonathan Tisdale. We played together in my first U.S. Junior Championship. But there's no question that the format itself, these sets of games, if you will, really does encourage sharp, combative games. And this idea of seizing the initiative, Peter, early with your opening prep is so important in these games where you have little time. What really struck me about game 1, Peter, I want you to jump in on this, was that despite the fact that both players were really short of time in a very chaotic position, it seemed to me that they were both very calm and they made the right decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yasser, you are perfectly right. I'm completely shocked also that with such a low time, they were playing extremely well and making very interesting decisions, because all these things, with playing rook h1, I mean, it's clear that White is going to sacrifice the rook, or not only sacrifice, but he will lose the rook. But how to give it? And then just within few seconds, the players come up with some very interesting deep ideas. It was truly impressive. But we also have now already the liftoff to the second game, which started with d4.
Magnus. So we're going to see the classical E4 openings by Hikaru and D4 openings by Magnus. Well, Hikaru, who is we've mentioned before, has experimented with the King's Indian quite successfully. He's also experimented with the Leningrad Dutch. But recently, I want to say in the last few years, he's really gone for the classical Queen's Gambit declined approach as Peter with Bishop E7. I think Magnus was prepared with the Bishop F4 line. And now instead, we've got this mess on the board. I think it was Shaq Mamidarov who was kind of showing how it's to be played. But Peter, please take us through it, because this is really sharp stuff and it's cutting edge.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I immediately understood what you meant, because I was following this broadcast, and when in St. Louis, I think like 2 years ago, there was a game between Mamedyarov and Fabiano Caruana, but it was exactly Caruana who played this line with black against Shakhriyar.
Right.
And after the game, Shakhriyar was telling in the interview with Maurice or with you, I already don't remember, but something like this, that I knew that this line exists and this line is quite good, but I simply don't know how to play against it, you know?
Right.
I felt like it was a very nice moment, because a lot of honesty there from Shakhriyar. Ever since this line had been taken very seriously, because Black started to play it many times, even on the highest level, and by now White has come up with ideas. However, Hikaru, in my mind, never had played this line. And
Right.
I'm also not remembering Magnus ever facing it. So this must be some kind of a surprise for Magnus.
Exactly. Now, when Hikaru sat down today, if we could start from the opening sequence, after 4 moves, nobody's surprised. Like Knight C3. Now, Hikaru has been playing Bishop E7 and Bishop F4, has been really been getting a great workout, is what I want to say. And it seems to me like a ton of games has been played from this exact position, and Hikaru has been on the black side in a lot of games. But Hikaru captured on C4, and that was kind of an invitation to, let's say, the Vienna after E4, Bishop B4. But now, and everybody used to play Bishop B4, and there's been tons and tons of games. But the move B5 was, I mean, I think it existed many years ago, but everybody kind of rejected it, because after E5, Knight D5, Knight takes B5, they just looked at Black's position and said, it's bad. This is bad. And then along came chess engines. And chess engines said, well, wait a minute. After the move Knight B6, it's really not as bad as it looks. And you think to yourself, well, it couldn't be as bad as it looks, because it looks like Black has just ruined his structure. But as you're pointing out, it's very easy to see where Black's pieces belong. And Peter, the structure is bad, but the dynamics are good.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point is that it's much sounder than it looks, and really, it's not obvious that who should do what now in this position, because if as this game Shakhriyar Mamadyarov Caruana game pointed very nicely out, that if White just plays without any specific idea, then in long terms actually Black has a very nice easy play. So in this regard, White has to be really energetic here, and I think, if I'm not wrong, the move played by Magnus A3 is maybe even a novelty, at least I don't recall it. And Magnus goes A3, Bishop E3, also a very specific idea, because it would have been much more natural that White plays Bishop E2, for example, Black plays Bishop B7, White castles, Black, I don't know, plays Bishop E7 or Knight C6. And this used to be the debate, and there was this moment you also mentioned in previous broadcasts, this famous game in 2018 in Batumi Olympiad between Dingliren and Duda, where White came up with this Queen D. It was, I think, not the first game where this Queen D2, Queen F4, Queen G4 plan was played, but it became one of the main topical ideas, and White was putting a lot of pressure on Black. But most probably by now, Black players had understood how to deal with that, and it was time. And who else, if not Magnus Carlsen, the world champion with his fantastic team, will show the board how maybe to find a new concept, and a3 bishop e3 on the board.
A3, stopping ideas of both bishop b4 check, maybe knight c6 to b4 to d5. But a2, a3 is a tempo, knight c6, and black says, wait a minute, hey, didn't you just give me a juicy square, the b3 square? Maybe I can put my knight there and be disturbing. Bishop e3 on the board. Okay, Peter, give us your assessment, your judgment. White for choice, and if so, why?
You know, my first thing that comes to my mind is the fact we are talking about this Mamedjalov Caruana game, but if it's really in 2018, as I remember it, it means that it was just a couple of months prior to the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. And in this respect, I very much believe that Magnus and his team must have studied this system very seriously. And I wonder whether this a3 bishop e3 is something which Magnus and his team has prepared for the match, or is that something that Magnus picked it up later? But there is already some kind of speculation in my mind about this.
I'm so happy you brought up that point, Peter, because I thought this was very, very special. So, of course, we all remember in 2018, famously in the London World Championship match, 12 classical games, 12 draws. Ooh, Magnus retains his title in the tie breaks. Congratulations to him. But, 12 consecutive draws. And then Magnus went on a tear. He just had a tremendous 2019 player of the year, player of the decade. It was amazing. And asked about why his 2019 had been so successful, Magnus said, well, frankly, I got to play a lot of the novelties that I didn't get to play in the London match. And I suspect you're absolutely right that the move a3 and bishop e3 was a preparation that Magnus had made for his World Championship challenger, Fabiano. And is it something that Hikaru is playing a little bit with fire? But for the moment, it still seems like a pretty even position. Let's say, I don't know, start developing the pieces. Bishop e7, Peter.
Yeah, we have been talking about this b3 square, that with the move a3, yes, white did stop any kind of knight b4 ideas, which we also see now after white played queen c2, that it's very sensible. Mm-hmm. And another very important moment, that the question was how to deal with this knight b3 move, which disturbs white's rook. And this very little move queen c2 makes sure that the rook is perfectly comfortable. Whenever black jumps knight b3, it turns out that it's going to be premature, since white will just move the rook to d1. The rook is perfectly placed on the d file, stopping any kind of c7, c5 breaks in the future, because the rook is perfect there. And also protecting the d4 pawn. And finally, black will sooner or later answer what you're going to do with the c4 pawn, how you're going to take care of it. So Hikaru doesn't play knight b3, of course. He goes a6, kicks the knight back, and after knight c3 plays the developing move bishop e7. One thing I want to mention about this position, that's, yeah, it looks like very strategical, everything, but also full of attacking ideas. For example, now, especially after seeing the white queen on c2, some moves like, h4 followed by ideas with knight g5, just making sure that black will not feel comfortable castling short, because then knight g5 will hit h7 and you have suddenly serious problem to face. This a3 bishop e3 queen c2 feels to me very flexible, and I'm loving it.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm hating a6. I mean, it just that move just leaves a very, very sour taste in my mouth. It felt like the knight on b5, first of all, could get kicked by bishop a6. Even queen d7 has an attraction. You just boot the knight away. And then, for example, after knight c3, you might play bishop b7. Whereas somehow I think the pawn is actually better
on a7 than it is on a6. So I'm not really a big fan of this move a6. Maybe I'm being overcritical, but I even a move like rook b8, by the way, I could imagine that rook b8 instead of a6 so that you could, use the half open b file. That feels a lot more attractive. And if you go knight takes a7, you might get your hand caught in the cookie jar after, say, bishop d7. The knight on a7 maybe has gone a little bit too far. But am I being overly critical, Peter, about the move a6?
To be honest, I really get your point, because the knight on c6 is so lovely, and the move a6 doesn't feel like it does so much. And I very much liked also your idea with queen d7 tempo. I mean, give me this tempo. The queen on d7 is so much more useful than this pawn move a6. One thing is also we should mention that, yeah, Hikaru jumped to this line to surprise Magnus, but on the other hand, I mean, he had to learn some really specific variations in order to play this line. But after facing this a3 bishop e3 moves, it's not easy to be over the board facing Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, especially if you don't have enough experience in this type of positions. And I can't really recall Hikaru playing this type of structures. Yes, he does play Queen's Gambit Accepted, where you might be able to get a little bit of something similar, but still this one has a very special spice in it. I'm not sure that he feels so comfortable over the board.
Well, in any case, he has played after a6, knight c3, bishop b7. Hikaru's certainly not committed himself to castling short. Maybe because of what you suggested, Peter. H2, H4, knight g5, you're taking a page out of Frank Marshall's playbook. Frank Marshall was a famous U.S. champion who's what we would call a headhunter. He was always looking to attack his opponent's king, and a move like h4, and Marshall was very famous for sacrificing on h7 and following up with knight g5. The move bishop b7 suggests to me that Hikaru may still go queenside or leave his king in the center. Peter.
Yeah, I think it's very important for black to keep the king as long as possible in the center, not to make it easy for white to make up his mind, because now also we see Magnus slowed down. Why did he slow down? I'm pretty sure that he could be blitzing out bishop e2, or he could be blitzing out h4. I mean, both moves are very sensible, but he can only make one of them, and he has to make up his mind. And finally, just at this very moment, he has played the move bishop e2. It's the more solid move.
Certainly, it protects the knight on f3, prepares h4. It reminds me quite forcefully about the Magnus Carlsen Dingler game. Magnus Carlsen sacrificed quite 2 pawns, in fact, and he brought his knight to c5 and got great compensation. I can imagine in the very near future, that's precisely what white wants to do. He wants to go knight e4 to c5, Peter. And, we talked about the weak square b3 a moment ago, when the rook was on a1 and knight b3 could be very disturbing. Now it doesn't look like knight b3 is going to disturb anybody.
Absolutely. I mean, the rook on d1 is perfectly placed. Knight e4, knight c5 is an idea which is always hanging in the air. Basically, what I would like to add, that once white will play the move short castle, then it will be a clear signal for black that he can go short castle himself. Okay. And now by taking his time, Hikaru is exactly considering the pros and cons, and he's still faced with this really unpleasant question that if I prematurely castle too early, then maybe white will play h4, and how are I going to deal with this knight g5 step? You just don't want to put yourself in such shoes. Besides, it might be objectively very, very dangerous and bad. So I'm waiting some prophylactic move. The big question is, which is this prophylactic move? Because if you play queen d7, which you already indicated when it would have hit the knight on b5 and it would have been a tempo.
Mhm.
Now after wasting the move a6 and then playing queen d7, it might run into the idea you mentioned with knight e4, knight c5. It's also
Right.
not something black really wants. And then what exactly? Is a move like h7, h6 an option just to wait, but do you really want to put this pawn on h6? So lot of things to consider.
Exactly, and the times of the players have been they've been pretty much playing move on move. No big differences in the clock. Here's a question, a rather direct question that I might ask, is I'm thinking long term that this pawn on c4 is going to be a problem, Peter. And I'm thinking long term, I might have to play rook c8 and c5 and take on d4 to ensure that the pawn on c4 survives. I can imagine that white might want to play knight e4 and maybe even knight d2, and somehow I've got issues with this pawn. So should I play bishop d5 and just invite knight takes d5, e6 takes d5?
Well, I don't think that this rook c8 c5 plan is justified. I fully understand what you mean, that yeah, this pawn on c4 will need extra guard somewhere. But on the other hand, if black would be able to sacrifice this pawn for getting the light squared bishop for it and just exchange one pair of knights, I think black would immediately sign this scenario, because then the light squared bishop would give perfect compensation. And also, let's not forget this juicy d5 square. And I believe that this d5 square is juicy as long as you don't occupy it, because whenever you put a piece there, bishop or knight or whatever, you feel like you missed out of the opportunity of placing the other piece on that very square. And in this regard, I really believe that the move Hikaru played is the most natural one. Queen d7, the move also that you very much wanted to play, because the queen was doing nothing on d8. Queen d7 is kind of flexible. You might be hinting at ideas like rook d8. Also, if the white knight moves to e4, there are ideas like queen a4 suddenly hitting white's queen on c2. This is, I think, one of the extra arguments why queen d7 is so natural.
Okay, so queen d7 it is. Now, having said this, one of the things I'm sure Anna Rudolph in her course of, attacking course, one of the things I've always liked about a pawn on e5 is that you can leverage it towards a kingside attack. What I mean by that is that the pawn on e5 just simply denies the defensive knight the square f6, and it means that there are good attacking chances thanks to the fact that this defensive knight has been pushed aside. So I mean, after white castles, I'm thinking to myself, well, where's my play going to be? Maybe I'm much happier playing h4, h5, king f1, and a rook lift on the king side, and say I'll castle by hand, but I'll use my rook up the h-file. What do you think about them apples, Peter?
Yeah, very interesting suggestion, very much in the spirit. And I think one of the headaches Magnus is having now, because if he would be able to play the move short castle, he would have played it a tempo and gain like at least 2-3 minutes compared to his clock situation right now. But on the other hand, this h4 rook h3 idea is so tempting. On the other hand, maybe he's also thinking about, I'm facing Hikaru, what type of game I want to play. And now finally Magnus made up his mind and he goes with the plan h4. I'm loving it that we are seeing such play.
Exactly. Well, it also, do you sometimes play the board, Peter, or do you play your opponent? What I mean, like, Hikaru said it very well, and it really reminded me of my own mindset when I played Michael Tal. Hikaru said about Donald, I wanted to play boring chess. I just wanted to, reduce the chaos and not, inflict any self-injury. And so he wanted to play a game where, tactics were at a minimum. And when I played against Michael Tal, I did precisely the same thing. I wanted to bore him to death. But in this case, the move h2, h4 is playing both the board and the opponent. I just think it's the best move, but I also think it's a move that really puts the pressure on Hikaru. Like now he's got to find the best move in return, and he has played the move bishop c6, a move you mentioned that queen a4 might have been awkward to me. Is bishop c6 intending bishop a4? That's quite something, Peter.
Yeah, that's one real big question. Does Black really want to play bishop a4, or he just wants to make sure that the knight will have to stay on c3? Because whenever this knight moves, then bishop a4 will be a big issue. To be honest, when Hikaru played the move bishop c6 and played it almost a tempo, I have the feeling like Hikaru understands that he's not so happy about the position, and he wants to play a little bit against Magnus's clock, because Magnus has burned more time than maybe he should have. He's down to 5 minutes in a very complex position. I believe objectively it looks really promising for white, but you need to be very precise. The fight is still ahead, and in this regard, having 3-4 extra minutes on the clock can be exactly that little bonus extra that Hikaru needs to later, when things get really messy, might help him practically.
Exactly. And by the way, we did see the follow-up with the rook lift, rook h3. Oftentimes you want to play the move h5 as a prelude to this move, because if h5 provokes the move h6, then rook h3, rook to g3 is nice, because then g7, g6 is simply unplayable. But Magnus felt that the tempo was important, and he just played rook h3 right away, Peter.
Yeah, he played rook h3. Probably we have to little bit at least anticipate what happens after a move like bishop a4, or maybe perhaps even rook b8 first, because it would also make sense try to put the pressure on the b2 pawn, and then after bishop a4, knight takes a4, something like queen takes a4 or knight a4 hitting the b2 pawn is even more annoying. And I think this explains why Magnus felt like maybe hurrying, activating the rook might be more important than the thematic h5, as you just very nicely explained, because you would love to get that, and if you are you feel assured that you're gonna get that, then you're gonna play h5 first. But by playing rook h3, I believe that Magnus signals us that no, I don't have time for it, because Black has some counterplay going, and rook b8 on the board. Yeah, so Hikaru does not want to sit still, but wants to generate his own counterplay with bishop a4 or knight a4.
Wow. Okay, so I see the move rook b8, and I go, okay, that gives me a lot of information. I thought for a moment there that Black was simply going to castle queenside, and when I see the move rook b8, I go, okay, now I don't have to worry about queenside castling. Now I have to worry about knight a4 and bishop a4, and that's I feel like I just learned a great deal. So when I see that move, I think to myself, okay, play rook g3. You're not going to castle. Like, that's just walking into that's suicide. So I'm thinking you're almost obliged to play king f8, because g6 just looks awful. As a French defense player and making so many dark square weaknesses on the king side, I'd be so reluctant. Peter, this just feels like the opening gone wrong. I like Magnus's position. I don't like his clock.
Yeah, perfectly agreed. I mean, the point is the way you described king f8, when you mentioned king f8, I said, oh dear, oh my God. But the alternative g6 has the same feeling. I
right.
Agree. I mean, and if you have to choose between move like king f8, g6, one certainly has the feeling that something went wrong. The question is that can probably, because I don't believe in king f8, because it might run into some knight g5, and all the attack might come way too quickly. I mean, just imagine king f8, knight g5. If you're gonna go h6, I'm gonna go knight h7 check.
Oof.
And oops, it's almost checkmate kind of, just to illustrate the dangers, how quickly things can escalate.
Right.
And Hikaru also said, no, I don't want to do any of these moves, because if I do this is gonna be just terrible for me. I have to use my chance, I have to use my momentum, and bishop a4 had been played by Hikaru. He says, just forget about this king side. I need my counterplay, I need it desperately.
Right. Well, bishop a4, you mentioned that, you know, if white ever goes for the pawn on c4, he gives up his light squared bishop, and then that bishop on b7 was patrolling that beautiful long diagonal. I mean, that was a painful decision to give up the light squared bishop. And what exactly does he get in return, Peter? I mean, we're assuming white, you know, moves his queen somewhere. Well, maybe that's a problem. Maybe he doesn't have many good squares for his queen. Queen, I don't know.
My guess, Yasser, was that what he gets in return, he gets life. Because, because believe me, I mean, if you are sitting on the black side and clock is ticking down, and you also see that your opponent has less time, you feel like you have to mess things up, and you can't go along the agenda your opponent is hoping to get along. So in this sense, bishop a4 had to be played, and knight a4, queen a4, you hit the queen. If white has to change the queens, then you say, okay, thank you very much, then the attack will not be so dangerous. And in endgame, then also for white, it will be very difficult to protect this b2 pawn. Right. So I'm expecting something like of a queen move, but where does this queen move? Just as you mentioned, there is not so many easy squares, and some idea like knight d5, hitting with c3 and opening things up, and knight jumping to b3. I see a lot of scenarios where black gets serious counter chances.
Okay, so really we do have to be a bit careful about where our queen might end up. So imagining, Peter, queen e4. Just I try to avoid the queen. I think I want to keep the c1 square in reserve so that I have bishop e3 to c1. My bishop on e3 was good. When we played bishop e3, it was a good idea. It allowed us to develop our rook. We defended our d pawn. Now that our rook is developed, our bishop on e3 is kind of, well, let's be frank, in the way. It's not doing a lot there. I'd rather see the bishop on either g5. That looks like an tempting square, or c1. So that was why I didn't want to play queen c1, but okay, queen e4, just for the moment, avoiding the trade. And by the way, don't forget about the g7 pawn. I very, very, very much want to capture that pawn.
Yeah, queen e4 was a very principled way. I'm pretty sure that something might have disturbed Magnus, because if it's so nice and so easy, then he would have played it. I wonder, maybe something like knight d5 could be his worry, that I simply Hikaru gives up then the pawn on g7, but gets counterplay with rook b2, and immediately I'm settling some rook takes c2, knight c3, check forks. So we just see how quickly things can get out of control. Exactly. And if black gets counterplay, then it really gets dangerous. And if you first retreat the bishop, as you mentioned, then I have a move like c3, breaking your structure. So I think this was the concern of Magnus. And let's not forget, Magnus was also short on time, so he doesn't have enough time to really work all these things out. So he played the much more natural rook c1. It felt like it's the professional move. If you are low on time, you want to play rook c1 because you feel like after this move, I'm having things under control. I don't know if I keep serious advantage or not, if I have advantage or not, but my position is under control. However, things escalated completely because Hikaru called the challenge. I mean, he took up the challenge with knight b3. He didn't want to go into some inferior endgame after takes, losing a lot of his practical chances on what he wanted to get with counter chances. So he went knight b3, and Magnus did not hesitate even for a second. He opted for rook take g7, exchange sacrifice. After knight takes c1, queen c1, this is the current position we are having, a fascinating position.
Wow, I think that our audience, and again, a very big shout out to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us and sharing this exciting finals together. I think for our audience, Peter, we have kind of tipped our cards, and we have shown that we are both prone to wanting to make exchange sacrifices, and we like these exchange sacrifices. So this, to my mind, looks like a really good exchange sacrifice, because we've already broken through on the king side. The black pawn structure, even though it's only just one pawn and a minor piece for an exchange, is like by taking away the g7 pawn, we made more pawn islands in the structure, and black's pawn structure looks absolutely terrible. Now it's all about keeping control. I mean, I think that white's in pole position, but can he maintain the control? And if I'm looking right, I'm seeing the move c3. Nice shot by Hikaru. That was a tactic I did not anticipate, by the way, after rook g7. I wonder if Magnus did.
I'm pretty sure that he did. It was also my big concern, and I wanted to mention that exactly as you said, if white consolidates, so let's just imagine white puts this king from e1 to g1, then one would have the feeling that it's strategically winning for white.
Right.
But of course, Hikaru is not letting this happen. So he used his chance immediately with c3, queen takes c3, had to be played, knight d5 is a tempo, queen c1 comes back, and now a very interesting move, because one can argue that this knight on d5 is so nice and the white bishop on e3 is not doing that much, but on the other hand, this bishop on e3 might be joining the party with bishop g5 or bishop h6 later, depending if black will challenge the rook or not on g7. And Hikaru felt like I need to eliminate this bishop, and not just because I'm eliminating it, but since white is not able to capture back with the queen thanks to rook takes b2. Right. In this case, after f takes e3, it feels like the white queen is no longer able to join the kingside attack and combine very dangerous threats together with the rook on g7.
Exactly. I was thinking that any king f8 was going to be met by a bishop h6 or a queen h6, and that would have just been a terrible move for black. So capturing, even though that bishop on e3 doesn't look that good, it really was doing something, impacting the position. And by the way, I remembered it only after a previous broadcast, a grandmaster from Romania, Michael Shuba, who said, "Bad bishops protect good pawns." And it was a very insightful quote. And we do have, after f takes e3, king g7, driving the rook back, rook g4 on the board, Peter. I don't know. I mean, it's getting harder and harder for me to assess the position. I think that this rook on b8 is terrific. I mean, and there's queen b3 ideas that I would start to feel a little bit, my king could get into danger as well. So in other words, it's not all play on one goal here for white. Black's kicking as well.
Yeah, black is definitely kicking. However, I do love that the white king, after knight takes e3, f e3, got this lovely little square on f2, which is a very, very safe shelter thanks to this bishop on e2. Whenever black plays queen b3, queen takes b2, it's not the end of the world, because my king will have a very nice exit on f2. And I do see that, after all, my queen on c1 is hitting the c7 pawn, and if my queen hits on c7, then the queen might join the party after all. And also combined with some rook f4 ideas hitting the f7 pawn, white has his own agenda. So very, very critical moment. I think that here black needs some super move in order to justify that he is fine. If he fails to do that in the next 1-2 moves, then white will just take over and take over till the very end, I believe.
Yeah, let me just jump in really, really quickly. I think that black's move is rook g8. And why do I play queen b3? Just the commentator's curse. The moment that you're ready to say this is the right move, the other move was going to be played. Okay, so I just did this course for Chessable, winning chess strategies, and one of the things that I really emphasized in that course is this idea that you should compare pieces. So if your opponent's rook is more powerful or more active than your rook, trade them off. If your opponent's knight is more active or more powerful than your knight, trade it off. So get rid of your opponent's active pieces, let him keep his passive pieces. And I saw this rook on g4 as being much more active than the rook on g8, hence my suggestion to trade. In that line that you were looking at, Peter, I was thinking that if you take, and take on c7, I take on b2, you take on e7, I go queen c2, and I was hoping that I was making life crazy. Maybe not so crazy, Peter?
Yeah, I felt like it's too much talent, yeah?
Okay. That's a great line. For those of you who don't know, there was this wonderful, wonderful quote by Grandmaster Robert Hubner. He was asked about Grandmaster Velimirovic of Yugoslavia. And what do you think of that guy? And Robert Hubner said, too much talent. And sometimes you overdo it a little bit. And that did not happen. Tell us what happened instead in that moment where I thought rook g8. He went queen b3, Peter. We'll just go back and catch up very quickly.
Yeah, actually, Hikaru used all your ideas, but I think he did it very precisely.
Okay.
I mean, this is actually their job, no? I mean, that's why they are playing the final, to be super precise.
They're very deserving, yes.
Yeah, so queen b3, queen takes c7, queen takes b2, Magnus played king f2, I mean, very, very natural. I saw that the engine bar jumped after this, that engine was not sure that king f2 is the best move, but it's so natural, and with 1 minute on the clock, or a little bit more than 1 minute, believe me, any super player just wants to make sure that he gets this king f2 in, and after he sees what's gonna happen. However, here Hikaru used this moment for queen b7, stabilizing, getting rid of this queen from c7. The queen moved to a5, and Hikaru immediately used your idea of rook g8. Perfect timing now, because I mean, queen takes c7 will not do such damage anymore. So rook f4 played. Of course, white has to keep the rooks alive, because after all, this pawn on f7 is weak. But black with his own rook on g8, putting pressure on the g2 pawn, the queen on the long diagonal hitting g2 as well. It shows that the position is very double-edged. Right. And after rook f4, queen c6, queen d2, h6 happened. Magnus down to 41 seconds on the clock. Dramatic.
Wow. Very, very dramatic indeed. And which side do you prefer, Peter? Who's got the easier game to begin with? And do you feel the game is roughly a balance, or is there one side that you definitely prefer?
I think that the game is very much out of control, and because it's out of control, I perfectly understand Magnus's choice. Queen d3 was actually hinting towards h7, so queen h7 is almost like a deadly threat. Rook g7, a very nice way to consolidate the king side. Also, black can play, for example, king g8 in the future. So Magnus has no attack going on the king side, so he prefers to collect the material. But after collecting the material, it feels like, okay, you exchange the queens, and this is what we have seen. Queen takes a6, bishop a6, rook b2 check, bishop e2 played, bishop takes a3, g4. Okay, maybe white is a little bit better, but given the clock situation and also by knowing how the players got here, I assume that draw is the most probable result here.
Exactly. We have a material imbalance of a knight and 2 pawns for a rook. The rook on g7 is a little bit awkward, but you can always play rook g8, king g7 and activate. If black were able to put both rooks on the second rank and keep that bishop on e2 in a pin, I mean, Hikaru would definitely be thinking that I'm the one with the better chances. At the moment, I guess it's coming down to is the idea of e4 and d5 dangerous for black, Peter, in your view?
No, I don't think so, because if you go e4, d5, then suddenly my dark square bishop with a timely bishop c5 check can cause a lot of damage. Also, white's pawns are, pieces are really pegged. The problem is everything is perfect, everything is placed perfectly, but what to do with them? And Magnus goes rook e4, rook g8, rook f4, basically indicating that, yeah, I don't know what to do. Hikaru goes king g7, and already the ideas that you mentioned, rook a8, doubling the rook on the second is an agenda. So Magnus goes g5. Finally, after the black king went to g7, white could get rid of his problems with this g4, h4 problems. Hg5, knight g5. And I think Magnus is in control. Control means that he has draw in his pocket. I don't believe that black has any winning chances, and I wonder whether Hikaru chose not to repeat or not.
Quickly, let me interrupt. Why? After bishop takes, pawn takes, rook h8, Peter, I've got the threat of rook h2. Are you sure there's control?
Exactly at the moment when I saw that white has everything under control, I also noticed that, rook h2 is a very, very nasty threat. But still, I believe that if I get out without losing big time material, but losing... Yeah, losing the e3 pawn wasn't part of the plan.
Rook takes e3 and oops. Roro. No. This would be. Hold on. This is the game. I thought we were the analysis. I'm sorry. Oh well, this is completely busted. Magnus, its king is terrible, and he's probably just going to lose the d4 pawn as well. Rook e3, d3 is on Hikaru's agenda. Something happened. I thought that a well-played draw was in the offing, but I think g5 was mistimed, Peter.
Well, I think that this whole rook e4, rook f4, or maybe I don't know what Magnus had missed, or maybe he was just simply down to this 10 seconds, and okay, with 10 seconds on the clock, playing this position was very difficult. I thought that maybe just giving up with g5 the pawn and going for this 3 versus 2 exchange down was a relatively safe way to make a draw, but maybe it wasn't so safe. At least while playing a game, you have this impression that it's tough, then you don't want to go for it, and after you might regret it. And by now, for sure, Magnus is regretting, because what we are seeing here is
full disaster.
For rook e d3. d5 played. In fact, could have black played the move rook d4?
I think that would have been a win in one, so to speak. It's not checkmate, but take the rooks off the board, win the pawn. I think it's just winning. And I'm looking at the faces of the players on the cameras, and again, Magnus just. He has remarkable calm, and sometimes it's really hard to tell if Magnus is winning or losing. Hikaru wears his emotions on his sleeve, like openly, but I'm looking at Hikaru and I'm seeing a man of great confidence there. And finally, I'm seeing Magnus step back and just kind of saying, oh man, did I blow this? Peter, this is terrible.
Yeah, I think there are zero chances to survive, and yeah, maybe Magnus is calm because he already knows that there is no reason to be
nervous.
To be nervous, yeah, because you are nervous when you still feel that you have chance. But if you know you have no chance, then you are already kind of settling in, and you are very angry with yourself. But also during the game, you should not be angry at yourself, because that takes away your focus. So Magnus goes for e6. But this is already some desperate attempt.
Exactly. And by the way, the bishop could not have moved. There was a rook h3 checkmate in the position. So Magnus was running out of moves, and that was why he played the move e6. Okay, but now he's a pawn down as well as an exchange. And it's just getting worse and worse, Peter.
Yeah, there are just no chances. The problem is that White's bishop on f3 is not participating. So if White at least, for example, would be given this check on g6 and after king f7 could move his f3 bishop to f6, then there would be something to discuss because White has suddenly some counterplay. But with a bishop f3 and also the king cut on along the h file, this looks just completely lost.
Can Magnus try to finagle his king up the h file? Maybe on a really, really good day, somehow get bishop h5 and g6 in? No, I mean, this rook h4, that's terrible. Sorry, I don't have a good... in a bad position, it's hard to make good suggestions, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, rook b8 played, also very nice. Let's not forget that there is a pawn on d5, and Magnus played rook f4 in order to stop it advancing to d4. But okay, now rook f8 played, rook takes f8 played,
rook
king
f8, yeah.
g6. I'm expecting resignation anytime in this
Exactly.
position.
King g8 would be a good start, yeah, towards the resignation factor. And now, isn't it time to make a queen? d4?
Yeah, but I mean, I like Hikaru's move rook e1 very much because basically it means that I paralyze your bishop. You can never move the bishop. And whenever you move the bishop, I can just hunt it down, sacrifice it, and the king and pawn ending is completely winning.
Agreed.
This is something you really want to do with little time on the clock, and also it's enough arguments for your opponent not really to continue the fight anymore.
Right.
Yeah, and Hikaru won. Magnus has just resigned after rook e1.
Wow, very, very impressive. Going into this match, Tanya had interviewed Hikaru, and Hikaru had, compared them. And he said, well, like, I'm really good here, and I'm really good there, and I do this very well, and I defend very well. Unfortunately, there's one Magnus Carlsen that tends to do all the things I do very well, just a little bit better. This game, Tanya, Hikaru did everything a little bit better than Magnus. What did Magnus do wrong? Did we miss something? It just, wow.
Yes, Magnus played for the initiative and managed to get that. Even though he was down in exchange, it was an extremely interesting battle on the board, but it all fell apart when he went king f2, and Hikaru really did not give him a chance after that. Brilliant play by Hikaru Nakamura so far. And Hikaru draws first blood and leads the first set with 1.5 to Magnus playing catch up right now in the finals. We're going to be going into a break, but before that, some good news. A big shout out to Grandmaster Pentala Hari Krishna for his contribution to Kiva's cause. Hari very generously has donated 1,000 euros in premium membership, and these memberships will be given out to chess clubs in India, kids in chess clubs in India. Thank you, Hari, for your supporting chess, as well as supporting the community with with the memberships that you have bought for the young talents in India. We're going to go into a short break. Check out this amazing Magnus trailer about his the Magnus Touch Endgame course, and we'll be back with a very special guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
many
years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
When you look at farmers in the rural areas of Tanzania and Uganda, the way that they farm is very manual, labor intensive, and they can't afford to buy equipment outright. And so we're focused on raising the level of income by selling productive use equipment with financing.
Simu Zola uzuri wake ukiipanga toka saa 2, hata kama mvua ikinyesha, upepo ukija, unakuta imetulia vile vile na waka mwanzo mwisho. Haisumbui kama zile zingine. Kwa mfano ingelikuwa ile mafuta baadaye inahitaji ukajaze upepo.
Tofauti na sasa hivi, ukishadumbukiza ile sola, unarusha ile nanga, unatulia, unapumzika. Kama ni ndani ya lisali moja, unatulia lisali moja, unakuja kuanza kazi.
Nilikuwa na mitumbwi miwili. Hizo taa nilipewa taa 2 kwa ajili ya majaribio. Baada ya hapo, baada kama ya miezi 3, niliongeza mtumbwi wa pili, wa 3.
Ladies.
Chess24 did an amazing response to the pandemic by setting up this brilliant Magnus Carlsen chess tour, which has been such a big boon and such a delightful event and a tour for all of us in a very difficult time. And now it comes a full circle as Chess24 supports Kiva's pledge of raising $50 million to help serve isolated businesses and underserved communities. And all of you, with your generous contribution by going premium for yourself or for your friends, has been such a big part of it. So a big shout out to all of you for that. We've seen grandmasters do it. We've seen our non-premium members go premium. And to talk more about the change that chess can bring in partnership with Kiva and how chess impacts the community, I am delighted to be joined by Enrique Saboya, Vice President of Growth at Kiva. Hi, Enrique.
Hi, Tanya. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Enrique, we've been talking so much about Kiva and the wonderful, incredible work that you do, and just the chess community is so excited to be part of this cause. And I have so many questions about Kiva, but before that, I think my first question has to be, who are you rooting for in this epic final that we are witnessing right now?
Tanya, that's a great question. I have to say this may be a boring question because his name is on the tournament, but I'm a big Magnus fan. Now I know he just had a little that the last match was a rough one for him, but I am hopeful that he can come back. But I got Magnus going all the way.
All right. Well, I'm sure you're not alone in that. But Enrique, it's going to be a very, very epic final. And of course, talking about comebacks, that's what I think 2020 is about. Just this ridiculously challenging and difficult year that we've had, and how chess has impacted our lives during this pandemic, and how Kiva has come forward to give back to the community and to support businesses and help them survive. We've had amazing contributions, Enrique, by grandmasters. We've had Hari Krishna, you've had Grandmaster Peter Lecco contribute with premium membership. We've had Vasil Ivanchuk, 10% by Magnus Carlsen. His prize money will be donated to this cause. Tell us, how does Kiva work? How is it that you scout the businesses that you choose to support?
Yeah, let me say a few things about how Kiva works. Kiva is a 15-year-old tech-first nonprofit, right? That really combined for the first time 15 years ago when the internet was in its infancy, the ability to microfund and crowdsource funds for people who are financially excluded in the world. we estimate there's about 1.7 billion people still in the world who don't have access to financial markets to improve their lives, whether that is to start a business, whether that is to get an education, or to simply build plumbing in their homes. They don't have the access to the capital to do that. And our founders 15 years ago discovered that with very little money, we could change people's lives all over the world. And that we didn't need a bank. We didn't need to go through the regular process of financing. We can actually ask people to give $25, $50, $100. And if we pool those together, we can help an entrepreneur in Kenya start a farming business. Or we can help a student in Thailand get her education. Or we could help a mother in Lebanon build plumbing in her home for the first time. So that's the impetus behind Kiva. Kiva has a number of initiatives like Kiva Capital, Kiva Protocol, all in the name of financial inclusion. But what we're really known for is the Kiva.org marketplace, where on any given day, you can find thousands of people whom you can help directly. And what's really unique is that, there's so many ways to help people around the world. You can volunteer your time, you can donate to an organization. But what's unique about Kiva is that Kiva, you can choose directly whom you're helping, right? So you can see the person you're supporting. You can follow along their journey, how their business is going. You can get updates from the impact of your contribution. And third, because it's a loan and not just a donation, historically, our Kiva loans have had a 97% payback. You can expect to get a large percentage of that money back and then help someone else. So that contribution actually goes much further. And we work with hundreds of organizations around the world, and we work directly with entrepreneurs as well to source those people, to source those businesses, and vet. Obviously, we have a very, very in-depth process to vet the people who we put on our platform, and then follow through their journey and provide other types of support for them to be successful. We've helped over 3 million people in 15 years. We've raised almost $1.5 billion in 15 years. And that, we're in a moment where that help has never been more needed as a response to COVID-19. So we couldn't be more excited about this partnership with Chess24 and the tournament to help the recovery and the relief in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic.
That's really fascinating to hear, Enrique. And the one thing that really struck me was the fact that contributors and lenders can actually see how and where the money's been used and the entire journey of the business or the individual that they're supporting.
That's exactly right. We have, as I said, we're always helping thousands of people at any given point, and those borrowers have and our partners on the field have access to a platform where they can provide an update. Hey, that cow, they said they needed those $500 to buy so that they could increase their milking capabilities for their business. The cow just arrived and our production has doubled and so forth. So we can really follow along the impact of your contribution, which is such a unique and rewarding way to give and to do good around the world.
100%. And like you said, that it's never been needed like it is right now. Also, you mentioned a very high percentage of the payback on these micro credits that you do. Do you think that, as opposed to, let's say, charity, giving out micro loans also builds up accountability and responsibility for the borrower, and to actually put in that effort and go that extra mile to set up whatever it is that a lender has given the money out for?
That's the theory, and what we've seen in practice. And by the way, charity is incredibly important as well. And to help people in places in poverty and difficult situations, we really need a full system of support. But we do believe lending and loans do play an important role in building a very sustainable way to lift people out of poverty. And we have seen that played out. And in this moment in 2020, we are really staring in the face of potentially decades of progress we've seen be taken back, right? As we struggle to come out of this moment. So our mission is really to help. How do we make sure that we slow down any regression to a position we were before the last 20 to 30 years of progress against poverty, Kiva and other incredible organizations around the world have made, and make sure that the people who are already in the hardest positions are have an opportunity to thrive again as we come out of the pandemic.
You know, it also just this incredible work that you're doing, and how you are contributing to also, you know, the accountability and responsibility of setting up the business, helping them, and then also these individuals being through the track record of Kiva of being able to actually pay back. It speaks really highly about the effectiveness of micro lending. Why do you think that micro lending is so effective?
That's a great question. I think, I mean, it's really what's fascinating about what Kiva has been able to prove is that the traditional financial markets have not appropriately determined the risk of those borrowers, right? The reason they don't have access to financial markets a lot of the time is that the financial markets have decided they are not, we don't expect them to be reliable borrowers. And what we've been able to show is that they are, right? 97%, that's higher than a repayment rate in most banks around the world. 97% of every dollar that we've ever lent out into the field is paid back. And that's incredible. And we're incredibly proud of the platform we've built and incredibly proud of our borrowers and our partners who made it possible. I think one of the things that make it possible is that we're really talking about microfinancing, right? Banks and larger organizations are not interested in getting a loan of $100, $500, $700, maybe $1,000 to someone. Their overhead, their cost structure doesn't support that. Kiva, because of the way we're structured as a nonprofit, allows us to do that and allows us to do that in a way that we can do it at scale. So, and we can do it very quickly, right? We can get money in the hands of people who need it when they need it. So those are some of the factors that make microfinancing Kiva so successful.
That's incredible to hear. And, you know, it also reminds me, Enrique, of Nobel Prize winner Dr. Mohammed Yunus and his work with Grameen Bank from the part of the world that I come from. It was in Bangladesh that he started this to help out individuals from very poor backgrounds. Is the model that's self-sustaining model where you actually provide even business inputs to your borrowers? Is it similar to that model?
We do. I mean, we have a number of experimentations that we run in different parts of the world, right? For example, in the U.S., we partner with what we call center hubs in 20 different cities to help underserved communities where there are additional services that Kiva borrowers have access to. So we are always experimenting with ways to provide additional services to our borrowers so that we can set them up to be most successful.
Enrique, a big congratulations and so much respect for the work you do. We do have liftoff, but I cannot let you go without asking a final question, which is that how does Kiva see chess fitting into this aim that Kiva has and this cause that it supports? How did the partnership between the Magnus Carlsen Chess Store and Kiva come to be?
Well, I have to give a shout out to David and Sebastian from the Chess24 group who reached out and said, hey, we love what you guys are doing. We love how strategic you are. We love how long-term thinking Kiva is to set up people sustainably out of poverty. And we think there are a lot of things that are similar to how people think about chess and how chess players think about the next move. So we were really inspired by that and the ability for us to do something together. So I'm so proud of this partnership and the help that we're getting from so many grandmasters, from so many Chess24 subscribers to help us get to $50 million so that we can help the next million people be able to make it through this difficult time and recover and rebuild as we come out of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you so much, Enrique. And you're absolutely right that chess is all about overcoming challenges. And as a sport, it breaks all barriers. And that fits in line perfectly with Kiva's philosophy of inclusivity in the as far as finances are concerned and in the financial world. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you for having me. This has been wonderful, and I'll be watching.
Thank you. And yes, with that, we've got action on the board. So without further ado, let's bring on Yas and Peter to fill us in with what's going on.
Well, thank you very much, Tanya. Indeed, we do have liftoff in the second game. And as we get ready for the second game, and Peter taking us through the opening moves, I also want to welcome John Urschel. For those of you who don't know, John Urschel was an NFL National Football League player in American sport football, our most popular sport. He's getting his PhD in mathematics, and he loves chess, and he's a good friend. John, welcome to our show.
Yeah, sir. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you surviving the pandemic yourself?
Oh, I'm doing all right. You know, we're managing here. What about you?
Yeah, a little pandemic fatigue, I want to say. How's your chess game? Because you're going to be forced to comment on this finals.
Oh, yeah. This is, I'm not sure this is the ideal game for me to comment. This looks like quite a crazy Night Orphan. Yes, or you know me, I don't...
Yeah, you don't
play this with either color, so I...
Very good, very good. Very good of you, John, not to do that. But Peter, let's get from the start, just the players repeated game one up to bishop h4, but then there was a big diversion. Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Yasser. Hi, John. Very nice to have you here. You know, you are not the only one who doesn't really understand what's going on because it's such a sharp and crazy position. But one thing I have to say that this format is just brilliant. I mean, look at this, and this is a very nice illustration what the players are going over with this format, because they have just finished another dramatic game, but they are entering another very, very crucial and very sharp battle where they have to be prepared, they have to be ready. And shout out to their teams, because in order to be able to go into all these sharp variations, they have to get the ideas, they have to get the directions from their team. And I'm pretty sure that both teams had been heavily working on. For this game, mostly, of course, Nakamura's team, Hikaru's team was asked, because you have the white pieces, and if the world champion Magnus Carlsen is ready to repeat the variation, this somewhat strange looking bishop h4 check, bishop e7, it means that he was happy with the first game's opening outcome. And Hikaru says, no, thank you. I want to go along a completely new path with knight a5. But the indication of the players that they have been blitzing out the next moves, it was clear that also Magnus had anticipated this turn of events with knight a5, knight d7. The move that comes here, this a4 move, this means that there is some really deep preparation involved, because this is certainly not a move that you can even consider without preparation. What is this move all about? Well, I don't think we have the time to get into all the finesses, but let's see what happened. Magnus castled, knight takes b7, queen b8, knight a5, queen takes b2, rook c1 played, and it was the first time Magnus really took his time and played the move rook f8 to c8.
Wow. Well, normally speaking, Peter, you don't go down the board, capture a pawn on b7, and lose in return the pawn on b2. But in this case, Hikaru has won the crucial c6 square, and from a strategic point of view, that's a great victory for white.
Yeah, that's the whole essence of the position. But on the other hand, black also got a lot of activity, so it's very, very hard to judge without exact preparation what is happening, because if we rely on our feelings and we see a knight on c6 and we just imagine, for example, white castling short and then playing some move like c4, stabilizing the position, we see a lot of arguments why white should be better. But on the other hand, also let's not forget that black has this lovely square c5 for the future, because the b pawn from white had been eliminated. So yes, white got a very nice pawn, very nice square on c6 for his knight. But on the other hand, black also has a lot of dynamics. Now the move bishop f6 also highlights that black has some very nice bishops here ready to join the action if the position gets opened.
Wow. Cool, double-edged position. Okay, now having set the table so nicely for us, Peter, what do you think of the move c2, c4, and basically offering a queen trade? And I wanted to recapture with my king.
Yeah, and c4 on the board.
Well, John, as you know, and I get in with this cheapo once a broadcast, these guys are really good. They anticipate our suggestions.
Clearly, I'm still sort of parsing all the moves that have happened. I have to say that sort of early on, this G3 is still sort of a strange move to me as sort of a patzer, like this bishop sort of inducing G3 and then going back.
Exactly.
It's sort of still strange to me, and I'm still sort of figuring out what's going on here. Just
John, I seriously, I'm an international grandmaster, and sometimes I think, well, maybe they should take away my title because, you know, you use 2 tempi in the opening just to induce one little pawn weakness. And really, you know, this is, you know, preparation at a super extremely high level, because I have the same doubts and feelings as yourself about that particular play. What makes it very interesting is what Peter was saying a moment ago. The players have actually reached that position in game 1. A game, by the way, that was drawn. Those of you who are just catching up late, shame on you to begin with. Second, Hikaru leads. I'm still coming to terms with that myself, Peter, because it happened also very quickly. A game that was in balance for quite some time. We hadn't expected Hikaru to win. He did win, which means that he has a 1.5 lead going into this game. As we know, they play 4 games, a set of 4 games. First player to 2.5 wins the set, wins the day. Hikaru wins this game. He's won the first set, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I believe that Magnus did everything right in the first 2 games, because I think he really played very high quality chess. The only problem was with the clock, and he has to make sure that he handles the clock better, because Hikaru is such a resourceful player. So you don't want to get a messy position and 1 minute on the clock against Hikaru, because then you know exactly that things can happen just as they happened. And I believe that most of the part of that game, game 2, which Hikaru won, actually Magnus was in control, but he lost control because of the time issue, and he has to speed up, because if he is a little bit slow and too hesitant, then things like happened in the game 2 can happen again, and this is not what Magnus or his fans wants to see.
Exactly. Now, John, I mean, you're just starting your chess career. You understand it isn't an easy road ahead. And as you watch this final and you watch the games unfold, certain moves, man, they're instinctive. You understand that, yeah, this knight on c6 is a monster. Other moves really cause you a lot of self-doubt. Clear, fair enough. In chess, for yourself, what has been your most difficult challenge? Is it end games? Is it tactics? Is it middle games? You can't say all of those, Yasser. You got to pick what you have difficulties with.
Well, you already took my desired answer, but I would say that something that I think comes intuitively to a lot of people that doesn't come so easily for me is being able to understand the sort of give and take and balance between sort of material and sort of static advantages versus the possibility of sort of a strong dynamic initiative for, let's say, giving material or giving some structural weakness. This is something that I feel like I'm still not quite great at evaluating.
Wow. Well, wait a minute. Well, first of all, that's not a beginner's answer, John. That is a very sophisticated answer, because even when I was becoming a chess grandmaster, I was still having difficulties understanding those transitions between, you know, giving material and it's being a static position versus a dynamic imbalance. But you're okay as far as tactics are concerned. You're developing a nose for tactics, are you?
I feel like I'm improving. I have to say that I do try to do sort of tactics trainer fairly regularly, and I think for things such as that, just repetition actually helps a lot. Like I've noticed that if I do, let's say, 2 hours of tactics a week, I get better, as the weeks progress, and I'm better at tactics this year than I was last year. And so I would say that's sort of a very natural thing. You see more examples, you come to recognize different concepts, and then you sort of work on your ability to sort of concretely calculate sort of the tactical themes that you start to recognize because you've sort of seen these ideas more and more.
All right, well, fantastic.
Oh, we have a move.
Okay. Do feel free to interrupt Peter or I at any time you like and say, guys, I got a question. Peter, we have an answer to the move C2, C4. Magnus decided he didn't want to trade queens.
Yeah, that's not a big surprise because, in the end game, of course, White's knight on c6 would be way too much of a factor. First of all, yes, the knight on c6 is wonderful, but we should not forget about a simple fact that there is the option for black to challenge this knight with the move knight b8. And it's not so easy to answer it. I mean, it's clear that you're going to go knight a5, but then I sidestep with the queen. And then after all, thanks to this bishop on f5 and controlling the diagonal h7, b1 diagonal, I have b1 square under control. So just playing some rook b1, getting control of the b file is not possible. Another thing, a more desperate and drastical measure would be some exchange sacrifice on c6, which in some position would come into consideration, but here I feel like it shouldn't be really an issue because simply, let's suppose white castles, and if black really goes along this sacrifice path, then white has a very nice way of dealing with it with a move like queen d5, forcing the exchange of queens, and black is just not in time to get his really nice counterplay and compensation with knight c5 going. So I believe after short castle, the question is what happens after knight b8?
Forcing what you said, kind of a knight retreat, knight to a5, tickling the queen. As we go down this path, and it's not that clear, who benefits the most. Again, I'm seeing that bishop on f5, Peter, and I'm saying that bishop is actually too strong. I'd rather get rid of it. We saw in game one that Hikaru played bishop d3 and there was a bishop h3 answer. Could we go back to the position before castles? And let me ask you, I would like to get rid of the light squared bishop so I could win control over the b1 square.
With bishop d3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's also a very scary move, because if I play bishop h3, you're not gonna castle in this game.
Right, so bishop h3, rook b1, queen c7. Wow, that's a kind of a tough middle game because it looks like black's queen side, like as if the entire queen side board is paralyzed. I mean, okay, I'll play king f2, you're right. I can't castle, but at such a cost. Black's pieces all gummied up.
You know what, Yasser, since you are not impressed, let me play a different way.
Okay.
After bishop d3, I take, and play knight b8.
And my intended rook b1, of course.
Yeah, then I'm going to go queen d7 and eyeing this a4 pawn.
Nice. Okay, that looks like a great answer. That looks very, very convincing. Okay. Thank you, Peter. I'm satisfied.
Okay.
You make me happy.
I'm happy,
Yeah. And by the way, John, I don't know if you were with us when Henrique of Kiva was being interviewed by Tanya, and that was one of the things that I missed about the world of chess, that there wasn't more of a charity program for the chess players. Like we couldn't channel our energies in helping others, whether it be children's hospitals, there's an enormous need, as we all know, and the pandemic has really made it even more so. But Kiva is quite a unique organization, kind of cool. I like this whole micro loaning ideas. What about you? What's your take?
No, I think it seems like a fantastic idea. I think that it's good that sort of small businesses and sort of small companies have the opportunity to sort of take advantage of loans, because this is sort of a fundamental sort of concept in business, the ability to sort of, leverage the assets you have so that you can sort of have more, more resources. I think it's, it's important. It's important for growth, and, places where people don't have access to things like this, they're definitely at a severe disadvantage. So
it's exactly a totally unserved, large segment of our global population. And Henrique made it very clear that if I'm JP Morgan Bank, I'm not set up to make a $500 loan. I want to make a $50,000 loan because of all the time that my employees will give in approving that loan. So these micro loans, just totally unserved in our banking community banking area. And if you don't have credit, how are you going to start a business? So I'm very enthusiastic myself. I think it's a really cool concept, and I'm so happy that chess players, Peter, again, a thank you, big shout out to you. And we just saw there how more grandmasters, including Hari Krishna, pledged their support. So it's all good. It's all good.
Well, this position's gotten really interesting, this rook e8 idea. I was trying to figure out how you sort of deal with this threat of e4. This g4 is interesting.
Yeah, Peter. As I was talking, I wanted to stop myself and say, hey, wait a minute. G4 changed completely the concepts in the position. Please, Peter.
Yeah, it changed, but already many things changed. Yeah, also Magnus switching back with rook e8. But before we get into the details of the position, let me just say how much I love the way John puts his head into the monitor. I'm seeing here on the Zoom call that, John, you are fully focused and so excited, and it's so nice to see this, because this is exactly the attitude that you need if you want to improve in chess. Because without this, you don't go anywhere. But I just love it. I just see that your heart is into it, and this is the way, and I'm very happy for it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Focus.
So coming back to the game, after rook e8, basically Hikaru said that, yes, I have this lovely knight on c6, but since I'm not able to play rook b1, I would love to make the most use of my knight on c6. And what usually we are taught when you have the space advantage, it gives you the chance of trying to play on both flanks. And by playing g4, and let's look at the next moves, because not just g4. After bishop g6, white expanded with g4, g5, kicking back the bishop from f6 from its very nice post to d8. Black just give him one move, goes bishop b6, and is very happy. But Hikaru says, no, my friend, I'm just in time to lock you down with a4, a5. Where this bishop from d8 gonna go? Because I have everything under control. So maybe Magnus in trouble.
Yeah, it seems that white is trying to get a what we would call in Seattle circles a big grip, locking down black's pieces everywhere. And by the way, I was just about to say, while I'm saying all of this, I'm looking at that knight, Peter, John, and I'm just saying, you gotta go. That knight is out of here. I don't care. I'm sacrificing exchange, or I'm playing knight d8, but that knight is dominant. It's got to go. I like this move, rook c8, a lot.
Yeah, it had to be played. Black really did not really have an alternative. Rook c8, preparing knight b8, preparing somewhere maybe the exchange sacrifice. But also one other worry thing, that Magnus is again way behind on the clock. He's down to a little bit more than 5 minutes versus Hikaru's 10. And yeah, this is not a nice combo. I mean, being under pressure and being done on the clock against Hikaru, this is exactly the nightmare scenario.
Exactly. John, how do you handle time trouble? Does it
very poorly?
Very
poorly. I have to say that I'm someone who, I like to take my time. I like to sort of think and understand a position before I make a move, and so I can say that I've made many a silly blunders and sort of short time pressure. I'm not a big fan of bullet or blitz. I like rapid. And
well, as our friend Maurice Ashley likes to say, time trouble makes a fool out of us all. And still, by the way, Peter, I mean, the players are coming up with some really incredibly important strategic motifs. Bishop D3, inviting E5, E4, and all kinds of things going on there. And then very quickly came the move Knight F8, and then very quickly came the response Bishop E4. These are very tough decisions that they are just snapping right out.
Yeah, I think in Magnus' case, it's very logical because he has to speed up. And this is kind of the last moment when he can speed up. I mean, if he goes down to 3 minutes, it will be very crucial. But on the other hand, if he's able to handle this situation now quickly, then he at least gets less pressure from the clock. But the point is that Knight F8 and Queen D7 were the two nice natural looking moves because they both made perfect sense. The knight is coming to G6, supporting the bishop, and if the bishops are exchanged, then the knight lands on G6. Queen on B7 was doing nothing, so playing Queen D7 was also very natural. But now what next? And the move King H1 is typically the move that you just love to make with the white pieces because it's a very nice stabilizing move, and you give black the move. Please show me what you got because it's not so obvious. And Magnus came up with a very nice resource H5, H4. First of all, resource because there were almost practically no other legal moves in the position. And H5, H4 still improves his position a little bit.
Okay, I like the move King H1 very much. Prophylactic move, getting out of the way of any Queen G4 checks or Queen H3s. H5, H4. I can imagine another prophylactic move like Rook G1 here as well for white. It's just, I'm looking at this knight on C6 and I'm just thinking to myself again and again, this knight is so powerful that black needs to do something before white plays a move like Bishop B6 and maybe forces material advantage. So I do feel like that Hikaru is definitely for choice. Well, again and again, the time is a factor, but just the score of the match, a win, and the set is clinched by Hikaru. John, I just wanted to ask you a little bit too. Talk to our audience a little bit about your transition from football player to math PhD to chess fan. And to pandemic. How do all of these things intersect and have impacted your life? I know you're a daddy too, by the way.
Yeah. No, my wife and I, we have a little 2-year-old. So during the pandemic, we're getting lots of time with her. She's, stuck in the house, so she's a little, more anxious than usual. But yes, no, I'm as some of the audience might know, I'm a former professional football player, American football. And I would say that these days I live a much quieter life. I mean, I used to sort of bang heads with people sort of many times on a daily basis for a living. And at the same time, I was trying to get my PhD in math at MIT. I was sort of doing the PhD while playing pro football at the same time. And I have to say, now that I'm retired and focusing just on math and sort of fatherhood, it's much less stressful. It's very it's a very calm, easy life. So I'm enjoying my retirement, I have to say.
Good. And in terms of the pandemic, you talk about MIT. Are you learning remotely, so to speak? Are your classes online? And certainly your chess is online. You can't go to the club. So talk a little bit about that to our audience.
Yeah, it's really an interesting time for education in general, I have to say. MIT has been completely shut down, so no one is going into the office. I'm in the last year of my PhD, so I'm not taking courses. I'm performing research, but I have to say that it has really disrupted academia, and I feel that universities in general are quite concerned about sort of the effects of the pandemic on sort of the American university system. The American university system is quite different than sort of what you see, let's say, in Europe. It's a very financially driven system, and so
and in-school learning is a very big issue. Sorry, I should have mentioned it's Massachusetts Institute of Technology, one of the really top universities in the United States that John wants to attend, is attending, and is doing this research because, again, as he says, universities are shut down, and that's really impactful too, John. America has students from all over the world, and they're impacted because, man, they can't even go on campus anymore.
No, it's a tough time for education. We'll see sort of how things go. I am very pleased that sort of at least our sort of international students will be able to stay in the United States. For people who weren't up to speed on some of the drama about a month ago, we're all sort of very happy in academia that we can keep our international students, even though they won't be sort of studying in person, because these people, they're really sort of, in some ways, this is part of like what makes sort of the American education system great, that we have brilliant researchers and brilliant thinkers from all over the world, all sort of in one place. There's something nice about that.
Oh, it's wonderful. Sorry, Peter, tell us, bring us up to date with what has happened. I see a queen landed on h3, and I see a rook slid nicely over to the open b file.
Well, I think what is happening is that Magnus is desperately trying to find some counterplay, but there is no counterplay, and that's the reason why he hasn't been moving for now more than 3 minutes. What to do? I mean, White has everything under control. The only thing he has to watch out, but of course he's clearly watching out, that after bishop takes e4, not to run into the Chipolito trick with bishop g5, because all of a sudden Black would win material and get out of the box. But of course White captures back with the queen and having things completely under control. And going down under 2 minutes, Magnus felt like all these things like I don't want to exchange the bishop because this is strategically lost. He goes for a move, bishop h5. This is like a desperado. I mean, I feel like this move should not work. On the other hand, I perfectly understand why Magnus does it, because he wants to mess things up. He understands that he's in trouble, and he just doesn't want to sit and wait.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mentioned it very well. What are the alternatives? Give the suggestion. And at least in this case, you've got some kinds of, you're keeping the pieces. Obviously, bishop f5 would be a terrible reaction because if bishop takes f3, whoops. So not to do that, but I'm actually thinking some rook f2 and maybe rook, to keep in reserve queen f1 as a potential defense as well, just to drive the queen back. And the fact that, White has so many positional trumps, center, queenside, just don't blunder your king.
Yeah, but hang on, look at this. What is happening now? Hikaru played the move bishop b6, a very forcing move because he's threatening bishop f5 now that the queen protects on f3. Okay. Magnus took bishop takes g5, and now basically this means that bishop f5 is the planned move. However, does Black have the counter-strike e5, e4?
Right. Ooh, this almost looks like a blunder. Wait a minute, what? Bishop takes g5, bishop f5, e4. I have to take the queen, you take my queen, but now suddenly I take the rook, but this passed pawn on d3. I mean, a lot of, whoa. On the one hand, a moment ago, White looked like he was dominating. This looks chaotic. I'm not a fan of Hikaru's choice, Peter.
Yeah, it's again, I mean, objectively, maybe this is fine. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure that this is exactly the scenario of what Magnus was dreaming of, because here, if he gets counterplayed and the clock situation is not as dramatic as it is, if he is stuck with a position where he simply doesn't know which move to make. So maybe it's good for white, but at least gives practical chances to Magnus.
Well, absolutely, practical chances indeed. And after bishop takes g5, if I'm looking at the players right, Hikaru's been slow to react. I just want to put it like that. Normally speaking, John, when you make a sacrifice, man, you want to follow up to say, like, yeah, you see, I'm boss. This is why I made the sacrifice. You make the sacrifice and then you stop. Your opponent says, dude, I guess that was a blunder, huh? Ooh. Bishop f5 on the board. By the way, there was an alternative to e4, and Magnus said, I also have bishop g6.
Wow.
Which really, it does make a lot more sense, because now instead of having a pawn on d3, you got a bishop on d3, which is forking two rooks, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I did not even imagine that such a good scenario could be available for black. I was already happy about this e5, e4, because I was just so happy that I managed to create something.
To survive.
Now, in fact, black is winning back the exchange.
Right.
But Hikaru played the move bishop e3. This is what he relies on. Did he expect? Did he anticipate this? Whatever, in any case, a striking move. But what I'm wondering that anyway, the rooks are not running away.
Exactly. And Hikaru's trick is that bishop takes e3, walks into a knight e7 check. Even here, I'm not completely convinced that the knight is great on c8, but okay, it does in any case win an exchange. So that was the reason for bishop e3. Black is under no obligation to capture the bishop. He can move his bishop away. Bishop f6, as you're indicating, Peter, looks perfectly reasonable. As you say, the rooks on b1 and f1 are still under attack.
Yeah, now rook fc1 being played.
Right.
So the point is that actually now black is a pawn up. However, in this endgame, the knight on c6 is so dominant that I even don't really feel like this pawn is so important. And Magnus also taking a little bit his time before capturing this rook on b1, because his bishop on d3 is such a powerful piece, creating some counterplay.
Right.
That it's not even obvious if you have to take this rook or not.
Exactly. I think that there's a good case to be made for the move e5, e4. That bishop on f6 is currently behind the pawn on e5. So a move like e4, even if white plays, for example, rook b6 and manages to save an exchange, maybe this is the type of play that black is hoping for to get something going. But he didn't play e4. He did take the rook on b1. Although, as you say, there was a hesitation.
No, he did play e4.
Oh, I'm sorry. He did play e4. Oops. I thought we saw rook takes b1. I apologize.
I mean, after you mentioned e5, e4, it was also obvious that it should be on the board, no? Pretty soon.
I thought sometimes I get confused. I'm looking at the analysis board, and mostly it's the analysis board, and then I kind of look over there to the live board being the smaller board on the right. I get a little bit thrown off. But okay, Peter, and we didn't see the move rook b6. Rather, we saw Hikaru playing rook b3.
Rook b3, of course, it's a very natural move because you keep an eye on this bishop. Basically, this stops black from taking on f3 since it's hanging. The bishop cannot move because then the pawn on e4 will be hanging. And this explains why, of course, Magnus brings his knight into the game, because this knight on f8 was really far from the action. Knight g6, also making sure that there are no more forks on e7. Maybe the knight somewhere can join the action on the king side, preparing also some rook e8. I mean, the position is sharp.
But
the thing is, I have this bar, and I see that this bar indicates that white is clearly better, or supposed to be clearly better. If I would not be seeing this bar, I wouldn't be, okay, I would say that, yeah, white is better, but I'm not buying this, what the computer is saying, that this is so obvious. And
right.
So clear.
For all of those in our audience, you see this white bar on the live screenshot, kind of giving an indication the higher it goes up, the greater advantage for white. When you see almost no white bar whatsoever, that means that black position is for choice and black is winning. And I'm with you, Peter. I mean, unfortunately, that bar it's so prejudicial to our outlooks. It tempers everything we're going to say. But really, without the bar, I just seen the move 95. I see two bishops. I see a majority on the king side for black. And okay, yeah, I like the rook. Don't get me wrong. I like the rook when it was on b6 too, by the way. But here, I wouldn't say the game's over, whereas the bar indicates to me that there's a very big advantage for white, maybe too big in a practical game between two human beings, Peter.
Yeah, but I mean, if it would be humanly +2 or something, that would be really bad news for black. But humanly, this doesn't feel like +2, not even maybe +1, but that's already even a little bit maybe an overstatement. Hikaru goes for rook b8. That's a move that if it works, then practically that's the move you want to make because it clarifies things. On the other hand, now look at this bar, doesn't know what to think about this move.
But that's the human move because we've all been taught from the time I started learning chess, in fact, when ahead material, just trade down, just trade pieces, trade down and drag your opponent to the doom. And when you see the knight on b8, you're actually thinking, oh, this is terrific because I get to take the a6 pawn and then I'll just win by queening the a pawn. But it has, this exchange has cost Hikaru his h2 pawn. Is that significant, Peter?
I mean, it cost him this pawn. On the other hand, by the speed he's blitzing out his moves, it's kind of signals us that he knows what he's doing. Yes. But it might be also an impression he wants to impose on his opponent, like, you are done on time, you are on 1 minute, and I'm very confident. And I believe that this strategy usually works very well against many people. On the other hand, I'm not sure if it's the right strategy against Magnus, because it doesn't matter how long time Magnus goes, if he believes that he gets a chance, then he will use it. So exactly. Time will not be a factor. Of course, it's very unpleasant for him. If time and the position together deteriorates, then even Magnus Carlsen cannot do anything against it. Now he played the move bishop e5. He's still fighting. He's kicking.
Well, no question about it. And I love this move, bishop e5, because black had the choice of going h3, h2, and trying to get a queen on h1. But after h3, knight a6, h2, white will be very happy to give up his bishop. He will play bishop takes h2, give up his bishop, or maybe even as you say. But I was thinking he was going to give up his bishop and go knight c7. So from black's point of view, black was thinking that, okay, if he could trade off the dark square bishops, the h-pawn becomes even more of a potent force. So that I love that move, bishop e5 by Magnus in the game position, I mean. And after, I don't know, I mean, it feels to me like 3 results. I don't know if that's an exaggeration, but it feels sharp, like that, like the position is by no means cut and dry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nobody knows what is going on now. So Hikaru is slowly catching up Magnus in time. And one thing we should also mention from practical point of view, the player who is already done on time gets used to this situation, while the other player who is having the comfortable situation of having more time on the clock is all of a sudden confronted with position is getting out of control and I'm getting low on time. This is a very dangerous scenario. Many people have lost their games because of this. Okay, I think if one guy can handle this situation perfectly well, then it's Hikaru, right. Because he's of course insanely good in all these double-edged situations, but this one is now really tricky.
And so much so, he just played the move c5, Peter, and knight takes a6, going into an ending where the a pawn was rushing. That was awfully tempting, but it's kind of slow at the same time as well, in a weird way, right? So he decided that he was going to go whole hog with c5 and try to push his d pawn up the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he relies on. On the other hand, I believe as a black player, you feel like if you already got here, because it looked much more unpleasant before, you are kind of happy. The only question, Magnus is down to 30 seconds on the clock. Does he have the time to really assess this position? I mean, it's such a wild, complicated stuff that definitely you would love to have extra 1-2 minutes to orientate, but he doesn't have this luxury, so he has to go with his instincts, and he has taken with d takes c5, d6, h3 on the board. I mean, it's an incredible fight.
Truly. The desirable d7, however, I mean, if I'm in black shoes, I mean, I feel like I just landed on my feet. I've got this beautiful bishop on e4, which controls h1, which is the coronation square for my bishop. I feel like, man, I've got real chances in this game. And whoa, he didn't take...
Yeah, exactly. And you know, after d7, Magnus even had the composure to play knight f7, because I think it was very natural just to take on d7, play h2, and you feel like you cannot lose this game anymore.
Right.
And he goes knight f7, already smelling blood, or what?
Exactly, because how are we stopping h2, h1 winning an entire rook?
Yeah,
and that's
there
what's
was actually
happening.
no way, and we are having now the position after knight a6, h2, knight takes c5, h1 queen, rook takes h1, bishop h1 on the board. Magnus is about to make a comeback, or is this a pawn together with the d pawn enough to guarantee white safety after all?
Okay, so let's imagine knight e6, but then can our knight get trapped like a bishop d5? I don't know. What we have knight e6 on the book on the board. I wanted to say it's kind of like a tsuji. That's a term that I get from the Japanese game of Go, where you go bishop d5 queen, and at the end of the day, the bishop dominates the knight, and that's the term tsuji, where but in this case I can't keep it because there is king d4 f4. Maybe this is winning now suddenly for Magnus.
Right, this position should be winning because the pawn endgame, right? At the end, white's one move too slow. So, right, Peter, I was almost going to suggest g5, king d4, f4, king d5, f3 as some crazy variation. Because if you can't take the bishop, then the knight is perpetually stuck.
Yeah, okay, it was an ultra sharp possibility. I don't know what even...
Play king f8 instead. Oh, well, that's a winning king and pawn endgame because he's in the box. So, yeah, I think it's
amazing. But now
amazing.
he got the chance to play a6. And after king e7, he managed to go knight b7.
Okay.
And g5 played.
Holy smokes. My first impression is that it's winning for black. I mean, the computer doesn't seem to be impressed. By the way, John, we had this most amazing game. It was a super duper sharp endgame between Ding Liren and Magnus, and the supercomputer CC said it was no problem. It was a draw throughout for Magnus, and we were thinking that Ding had all of these marvelous winning opportunities of different minor pieces. Look at this. What happened?
Yeah, well, there was simply a very forced sequence how white was able to save the game with knight d8 check, king d6 and a7, and there is an escape thanks to this pawn on a7, knight f7 check is coming. So you cannot keep your material, and Magnus kind of agreed that, okay, draw is a draw.
Wow. My goodness, I feel like I was just on a roller coaster ride, Peter, with all kinds of ups and downs, a lot of twists and turns in this one. I'm a little bit taken aback. I don't know what to say. Your take on this remarkable game?
Yeah, well, I mean, at the end it was very, very dramatic, and I think Magnus can be really happy that he gets another chance to play with the white pieces, because if he would have lost this game and around right at the middle, it looked very unpleasant for him. He had no time, and he was facing the situation, if he loses, then he loses today's set. But he escaped, he managed to get counterplay, but we have Tanya here, and I think she has something to share.
Thanks, Peter. Indeed, Magnus did survive that, which means that we get another game in this first set of the final. Magnus Carlsen has to win to take it to the tiebreak, so which would mean 2 games of blitz. So we've still got some time, and I just wanted to jump in and have a quick chat with John. John, hi. It's so good to see you here.
Anya, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Did you enjoy that game?
Yeah, no, this was quite interesting. It was extremely complicated early on, and then it felt like Hikaru had, I don't know, it felt like a very sort of stable position you can sit on, and then we got this really complicated endgame that just looks fascinating, that I still don't quite follow everything, but a really enjoyable game to be able to be on and sort of listen to Peter and Yasser and their sort of commentary. So thank you for having me.
It's exactly the kind of endgame that you actually want to sit down, set up the chessboard, and go through move by move, because it's so complex. John, I remember that when I met you at, actually before that, I want to ask you, are you team Hikaru for this final?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm generally sort of unbiased, although I have to say that, yeah, I'm generally unbiased, I'll say.
That's too politically correct to be accepted on this show.
Exactly.
Okay, if I have to pick, I have to say that I associate slightly more with Magnus's sort of style of play, I would say.
Oh, all right.
I'm ashamed of you. I'm all about objectivity and neutrality, just as you are, and I'm thinking the American's going to win.
Fair.
You know, John, I remember meeting you in St. Louis, and I think one of the most fascinating things for me was when, you know, you've done a master's in math, you've been a professional football player, you've written a book, Mind and Matter, you've done a PhD from MIT, just such varied achievements. And for me, that was just really interesting. And I'm just wondering if chess, you know, as being this ultimate brain game and a sport which kind of feels like it's combining your sporting career as well as your interest in academia, is that what drew you to chess? Do you think chess is like a midpoint balancing your mind out?
Well, I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think that sort of chess is a great example of a game where you sort of combine sort of very deep quantitative reasoning with this sort of competitive spirit. But sadly, I have to say that I really enjoy chess from more of a sort of aesthetic perspective, sort of analyzing chess positions, things like this. And somehow what draws me to chess is just the sort of beauty of the game, rather than, let's say, the thrill of competition or the thrill of winning, I would say, for me personally at least, which may come as a surprise.
I am surprised because you are a professional football player. Tell me one thing, with chess, if you had to translate certain ways of thinking that chess has impacted you on to professional football and towards your interest in math and in academia in general, how would you translate the approach that perhaps you've picked up from chess?
So it's sort of funny because I really came to chess late in my life. I didn't really start playing chess sort of regularly and sort of learning how to sort of think about chess until I was late in college. And at that point, I was sort of already fully formed as a football player and as a mathematician. But I would say that somehow my experiences with math have really shaped sort of my experiences in chess. I would say, you know, early on, the thing that first drew me to chess was trying to analyze sort of simple endgames and come to a definite conclusion about a position, something that's sort of very much a mathematical type pursuit. And I would say that one thing that chess has sort of given me is that over time I've come to really appreciate sort of uncertainty and trying to sort of make sense of, things that are quite complicated and quite sort of non-intuitive. I mean, chess is, it's such a simple game in many ways. There's not too many pieces. The rules aren't too complicated, but somehow you get this great complexity out of it, which is, quite beautiful.
It's very beautiful, but when you say chess is a simple game, John, I my mind doesn't take that in, because I mean, you see these guys play and you just feel like it's so difficult to understand as well. Tell me one thing, you've been a part of the chess fraternity in some ways, especially in St. Louis. You met all these top players, and being a professional sports person yourself, being an athlete yourself, who do you admire the most in terms of how they are as an athlete? The skills that they have over the board, but also off the board.
Oh, this is a tough one. I have to say, so someone who I had the chance to meet, who I really admire and respect, is Sam Shankland. I would say is actually a name that comes to mind. And the reason why I say Sam is just getting the chance to meet him and sort of interact with him. This is a person who is an extremely, extremely hard worker. He loves chess, and this person works on chess sort of nonstop. And I have to say that from interacting with, different, let's say, professional athletes, you come to meet the professional athletes who have this amazing talent, who have these God-given gifts and are just, can do these amazing things. But somehow I've always come to appreciate the people who yes, have some talent, but are truly the hardest working people on the team. And somehow this is, the type of person that I have a lot of respect for.
I couldn't agree more with you, John. I know Sam a little bit, and I think he is the example of how hard work is actually a lot more important than talent, and it can take you way further than talent. Tell me one thing, John, like in your professional career as a footballer, do you feel that the achievements that you had, do you feel that you had an innate talent, or do you think it was hard work that helped you be where you are?
Oh, I think it was a lot of hard work. I mean, I think I was a fairly talented athlete, but not anything special. And I would say sort of a real commitment and sort of desire to sort of actually be a top college football was sort of my dream from when I was a little kid, be a top college football player. This is what really sort of drove me to sort of do better than sort of other players who I felt had much more talent than me.
All right, very nice, John. I know that you have to leave us soon, but I have to ask you one last question before I let you go. And this entire event, especially the finals and also the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, has been all really about everything that chess has given back to the community, and now drawing a full circle by giving back to the community through chess. Tell us one of your impact chess stories. Tell us a moment that you remember with chess that has left a big impact on you.
Yeah, no, I have a pretty good story. So I'm very much an amateur chess player. I spend most of my time on math and other things, but when I do study chess, one of my favorite players is a guy by the name of Ulf Andersson. And one of my friends, Anna Rudolph, very, very nice international master, she actually knew Ulf and mentioned me to him. And he actually, out of the kindness of his heart, invited me to come visit him and stay with him for a few days and sort of analyze chess and spend time with him. And I have to say that Ulf is truly one of the kindest people I've ever met in my life. And just to see someone who loves chess so much that, he hears about some stranger who, appreciated his games, and he just invites me to come visit him, picks me up at the airport. It was a really heartwarming experience for me. I have to say that this is the nicest person I've ever met in sort of any area of my life. And, he was a professional chess player.
That's really incredible, John. And I think I'm totally with Peter when he said, in the middle of the game, that it was so amazing to see you so into the game and just enjoying and soaking up all the action. Thank you so much, John, for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, John. I just wanted to say that I Ulf Andersson was my second in the candidates in Montpellier in 1985, and I couldn't agree with you more that Ulf is just a sweetheart.
Thank you. All right, let's take a look at the score now. We've got one more game coming up, and Magnus Carlsen in a win-on-demand situation. If he has to take the match forward, I think that was a big save from Magnus. Hikaru Nakamura, I have to say, has been looking like the one who is, I'm not going to use the word dominating, but been on top throughout the 3 games that we have seen. He's been the one who's been pushing from the word go, managed to get that big win in game 2. And if we can just quickly bring up that game, because I think it was really interesting to see how things developed. And just give me a moment. Yes, and Yas, you were asking me that where is it that things perhaps went wrong for White, for Magnus Carlsen here. Yeah. I think he played really well. He fought for the initiative and he got that. And if he just move a little forward, I think all of this was just incredibly played. He creates his initiative, and right about here, he made the move King F2 here. And it's not a mistake. The game still goes on and there's still balance, but there was a really pretty idea that the computer shows, and it's maybe hard to find over the board, but I think it shows us how an initiative can be developed. D5 is interesting, but take a look at this move. So what Black, if we just back up, what Black wants to do is play Queen B7, push back all of White's pieces and sort of stabilize his own position. So the move Rook F4 is a suggestion which I really like. It's not even the computer's top move, but I really liked this idea. And the whole point is that now White has a threat of going Knight to G5. Just building up on this attack and on this initiative and trying to put pressure on the F7 pawn. A move like Queen B7, because what you want to do is drive out that White queen from the 7th rank, is still met by Knight G5.
Wow.
And just taking advantage of the fact that Queen C7, you've got Knight E6, Knight C7. That's a endgame that you're probably not even playing for 2 results. White's got a big advantage over there. And if instead of Queen C7, the computer recommends a line like King G8, White, check this out, yes, White continues to put pressure along the F7 with Bishop H5. And just how the initiative develops, I think, and like I said, this is not the first line that the computer gives in, but this is just a really nice way of how the attack could have been developed. But instead, what Magnus did with King F2, unfortunately, what happened with that was that his pieces started falling back, move by move. And even though the computer gives this as an even position, it's not exactly equality. You know, even though it shows 0.0 or just about around that, some of the engines, it's really it's a hot mess on the board and anything can happen. And then if we move on a little further, Peter, just a very important moment in the game after Magnus traded off the queens. And right about here, Bishop E2 was played here. And Bishop A3. And here the computer has a really nice idea of how White can regroup. White needs to get out of this mess around the king and the bishop and sort of just regroup his pieces. G4 was a move that is being criticized by the engines, which transfers the edge to Black. But check out this construction that I had a look at, in which White just has a plan to go Knight E1, and we can just have arrows on the board because moves don't matter here. Knight E1, Knight goes to D3, your king goes to F3, and the Knight transfers to E4 via F2. And then you're jumping to F6 and D6, and it's a position that's really White cannot be worse here. Unfortunately, after G4, Hikaru Nakamura was just on fire and converted the position in a flawless manner. Amazing technique shown there by the American. And game 3, a survival really by Magnus Carlsen. And on that note, we're off to game 4. Magnus Carlsen must-win situation. Yes, Peter, let's go.
Thank you, Tanya, and a big thank you to both of our guests for joining us and sharing their experiences. Peter, Magnus, by choosing the English, shows that he wasn't so happy about the outcome of game 2. Even though I thought he had an advantage in game 2, he is the first to switch. As we say, he blinked first.
Yeah, I think there is a good argument for this, good reason for this. The point is that I'm pretty sure we would have never seen the repeat of this Vienna variation from Hikaru. But the point that Hikaru can play the ultra solid Queen's Gambit was probably not something Magnus wanted to face in this must-win situation. So he felt like this is much more, I mean, C4, and since Hikaru meets C4 with E5, maybe can lead to more complex fight and not as solid as the other one. I mean, the point is, like also Tanya very nicely showed this second game. I mean, this second game should really hurt Magnus big time, because he might have felt like he should have won that game. And if he would have won that game, he would have been in a very comfortable situation. I also felt like the third game little bit was played out of frustration from Magnus. Also the way he played, he was burning a lot of time and everything, like if he haven't really digested yet what has happened to him in this second game. I also do remember what Hikaru was always telling, and Tanya was interviewing him during all this Lindor SAB and also in earlier events, that Hikaru was saying that whoever wins the first game, and especially if he does it with the black pieces, it puts such a big pressure on your opponent, psychologically also, and also chess-wise, that it's very difficult to handle. So in this sense, this huge victory for Hikaru in game 2 almost won the match right away, because he was very, very close to win the game 3. But Magnus gets another chance, and we are in for some very complex middle game, which I don't really have much of an experience. Maybe I should hand it over to you, because you are the English expert.
Right. Okay. So this line with E2, E3 traditionally hasn't really been met with D5. I think a lot of black players prefer to play bishop B4 and not to allow D5, CD5, knight D5, bishop B5, I beg your pardon, because they're fearful that in this set of circumstance, you have to play the move knight takes C3, and after B takes C3, well, white's B2 pawn now has playing a role in the center, and after bishop D6, D4, I think a lot of players in the olden days kind of just stopped and said, like, well, I'm helping white build up too big a center. Now, having said that, today, again, the chess engines, have kind of rewritten, I want to say, our opening books, Peter. I mean, that we all used to sing from the Encyclopedia of Chess Openings, the hymn book there. And today, the chess engines have basically said, well, in a lot of positions that we thought were maybe unplayable, there's a lot of resources. And this might just be an example of Hikaru kind of drilling down with his engine and saying, hey, what's my problem? I've developed, my king's safe. Yeah, you've got a big pawn on C3 that might have been on B2 and a little bit more center to control, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with black's position. And I would agree. I like the extra center pawn, but maybe, players of my generation overemphasized central control, and the engines today say it's not that big a deal. So at the moment, for a must-win game, there is imbalances, but maybe Magnus isn't all that happy either.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It just, I think also the strategy of Hikaru, because it seems like all the time he comes up with something which Magnus was not really expecting. Yeah, he wants to take Magnus out of his comfort zone, force him to burn time right from the beginning, and so far the strategy has worked perfectly for Hikaru in today's match.
Right.
Of course, the big question is how many such ideas you can create, and he had the advantage of having 2 extra days, while Magnus only 1. And it seems to me, you remember we were discussing it also on the show with Hikaru, that he was saying that everywhere Magnus is a little bit better, and to me it seems like he wants to deliberately take all the games to such circumstances where this little bit difference does not play any role. He wants to bring it to his own territory, and he forces Magnus into time trouble and all these resources, all these complex positions where Hikaru excels. So far it worked perfectly. Now let's see if Magnus can fight back.
Well, exactly. I think that's a very good way of describing what Hikaru's strategy has got to be. When Hikaru looks at the scales and says, okay, I'm better here or better there, or Magnus keeps being a bit better, what do I have to do to upset my opponent? Well, one thing is I've got to surprise him. I've got to come with a lot of new ideas that forces my opponent to burn time on the clock. When he is thinking a lot, then that will be where my opportunity is to grab a victory. So by mixing his openings and preparing, little new ideas here and there, he can really benefit. I was about to say, before the move bishop takes c6 was played, I had expected white to play the move bishop d3. And I had a funny idea in mind, Peter. The idea was to take on d4, take with the e pawn, and in case of rook e8 check, I like this idea a lot, like bishop e3, and in case of bishop f4, I wanted a castle and get a discovered attack against the queen. But Magnus's decision to take on c6, I don't think that this was his first choice. And already, he's feeling uncomfortable. The openings, you got to give Hikaru's team a great deal of credit. Almost in all the games, it seems to me that Hikaru is the one who is actually has more time on the clock, and that's tough. And Magnus is really well prepared. I mean, this is a world champion who works hard on his game. It's not easy to find a place where he doesn't have some awareness. And so far the strategy has worked great for Hikaru. Peter, I'm not really that impressed by this capture of opposite colored bishops. Maybe Magnus thinks that he's going to take twice on e5 and somehow get in f3, e4 and have a better middle game position. For a must-win game, I think Black is happy with the outcome.
Exactly. I mean, I also have the feeling that the point by playing bishop takes c6 and short castle, white is sooner or later, and probably sooner than later, forced to exchange on e5, because, I mean, you don't want to give Black the chance of playing e5, e4, because Black might just win the game after, let's say, some knight d2, queen g6, bishop h3 coming, all the Black's pieces eyeing white's king, and without the light square bishop, this position can be very dangerous. So after rook e8, basically it feels almost obligatory for white to take on e5 or first to play e4. This is, I think, the question which Magnus is thinking about. Can he first play e4? Because if he could play e4, then of course he would like to play e4 and then to capture on e5 and get this structure, as Yasser mentioned, with f3, with the pawns f3, e4 in the opposite colored bishop position. But even if white might be hoping for some symbolic advantage, because Black can always break that structure with some timely f7, f5, one has the feeling that this is not the dream scenario for a must-win game.
Not only that, Peter, but there is a tricky, that was about to say, in the position that you had after e4, there is a tricky take on d4 in what you were mentioning, cd, queen g6, and this bishop coming to h3, it's a little bit off-putting. I don't like this pin. I don't like bishop h3 coming. And so Magnus, I think, would have preferred to play e4. I think that this is the reason he didn't. Instead, he took twice on e5, and I'm sure he's about to prepare f3 in e4 as well.
Yeah, and we have this on the board. Yeah, this is the situation. White wants to go f3, e4. That's why I mentioned the move e4, that if it's possible, it would be great. But yeah, of course, it gave Black way too many options. So, I mean, if this would be game one, I would say that, okay, it's a perfectly sensible opening choice, or not choice, because it was not Magnus's choice. He was forced into this position, but that Magnus can be quite happy with this because, okay, no risk, maybe chances of some very little pressure. On the other hand, in a must-win game, when your opponent is ahead on the clock and has a very easy game, I mean, I don't know exactly what is the right way, but something like bishop a6, followed by rook a d8, trying to land something on d3 is also very natural, followed by some c5, c4. I mean, there are all these options, or also the move that Hikaru chose, the move f7, f5, stopping any kind of e3 force. And now you have to deal with this weakness on e3, and also the pawn on c3 is slightly weak with black powerful queen on e5.
Exactly. F7, F5, good move, don't get me wrong. I'm all for it. Another move, instead of the move F5, is I kind of like what you suggested, Peter, which was let white play the move E4, then hit him with F5. So a move like rook B8, just a move, right? And imagining E3, E4 as a potential response. F7, F5, you don't really want to capture on F5. You just bring out the bishop with tempo, and black's rooks are actually on the open files in the position, and white's going to have to play catch up in terms of development. Not bad. I think that black is more than satisfied with the outcome. He did play F5, and that's a perfectly decent move as well. And like you say, bishop a6 and rook d8 could be on his agenda. In the meanwhile, this dark squared bishop, this bishop on c1 is kind of like, he's not earning his keep. We gotta put that guy to work, and the way to do that, I think, is to play rook e1 and e4.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is how to activate this bishop, because I mean, right now it looks like black has everything under control. White doesn't really have chances, but this can easily change. I mean, let's just imagine that this bishop somehow gets powerful on the long diagonal. Right. In order to get powerful, actually, it would be even nice to just remove this pawn from c3, get a chance, especially after rook e1, now that white protected the e3 pawn, get bishop b2 with the tempo, go queen f2, later try to go queen g3. And then we already see that after black has committed a move like f7, f5, the long diagonal is forever damaged. Black never has the chance of playing f7, f6, closing down the long diagonal. I think this is the only kind of idea, whether with bishop b2 or later with e3 and then bishop e3, bishop d4, but somehow white has to try to use this long diagonal and pressure on the g7 pawn.
Fantastico. I couldn't agree with you more. That's exactly the strategies, and both players are aware. I do think that black should not delay and should be, I want to say, forcing the action, whatever it is. Don't let white just play a lot of safety moves, rook b1, c4, bishop d2, but really get it going. Just a quick commercial timeout a bit here. Want to say welcome each and every one of you. Thank you so much for joining us for this Magnus Carlsen Tour final benefiting Kiva. We are doing a fundraising whereby joining Chess24 and becoming a premium member, half of your membership goes to support the Kiva organization. Earlier in the day, we had an interview with Henrique, who explained all about what Kiva does, and I think it was a very inspiring conversation. So you can do that. Also, I just wanted to say that yesterday, Chessable released a very special course, the Magnus Carlsen Endgame Light Touch course. You could download an entire lesson for free by going to chessable.com. So be sure to do that. And finally, another way you can just support us is just tell your friends where you're hanging out. We are in the first set of what promises to be a very exciting 7-set final. The winner, of course, is the first to win 4 sets. We don't expect anybody to be wiped out. In fact, we expect a very, very close match. So this is where we're going to be hanging out for, we hope, a week. And so let all your friends know and to join us with the chat. That was the commercial timeout. Getting back to the game, Peter, Rook B8 on the board. Where do we see Magnus? By the way, sorry, I should just say once again, Magnus trails in the first set 2-1. He's got to win this game with the white pieces to force a pair of blitz games. Peter, what does Magnus got to do?
Yeah, that's the big question, because Hikaru played the move that you had also suggested, this little move, Rook B8. It looks like it doesn't really do much, but in fact it does. First of all, it stops exactly the idea, the plan that White would love to do with Rook B1, playing C3, C4, and get the bishop to the long diagonal. After Rook B8 now, if White plays the move Rook B1, then unfortunately the pawn on C3 gonna fall. And it's not just the pawn, but White is also missing the coordination to create real compensation. So, but if you are not able to play Rook B1, then how are you going to untangle? You cannot play C3, C4 because the Rook on A1 is hanging. You don't really want to develop the bishop to D2. Maybe finally White will have to do this, but the problem is that after bishop D2, C3, C4 is never really a threat, because then Black will hit you with Rook B2, and there is no good way of reacting to it. Having said that, Magnus had finally played the move bishop D2 after something like almost 4 minutes of hesitation, simply because of the fact that there was nothing else.
Well, I mean, you know, you say 4 minutes of hesitation. I say, wait a minute, Peter, you got 15 minutes for the entire game. Spending 4 minutes. I understand spending 4 minutes when you want to launch a combination, a deep piece sacrifice, and stirring up a lot of trouble. Bishop D2 is not, number one, you know, the greatest confidence building move I've ever seen. And number two, to spend that much time is not a good sign for Magnus Carlsen fans.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, simply also the pressure is too high. Yeah, he's in a must-win situation, and that's exactly the reason why a move like bishop D2 feels too slow. You feel like you want to be much more energetic. You would like to get the initiative, but I mean, there is no initiative yet. You have to get your pieces out, and only once you get them out, if you get them out, you can dream or think about initiative. So yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure that if Magnus would be given a chance to sacrifice something, then he would do it almost instantly. But here, with this, confronted with the situation that the position doesn't really suit this must-win situation game, this is also tough psychologically. He needs to digest, but he also doesn't have time to digest this situation. So he has to cook what he can. I mean, with what he can. And bishop D2 was the best start in this direction.
Right. Now, from Black's perspective too, I think that's a really good way of putting it. You know, you got to get the pieces out. You know, I mean, we all want to sacrifice our pieces. I want to sacrifice my opponent's pieces more than I want to sacrifice mine. But we all want to sacrifice our pieces and then go on the attack and checkmate and so forth and so on. But you got to get the pieces out. And so I was just leading up to the idea that isn't it time for bishop e6 and get the pieces out, Peter?
Yeah, bishop e6, absolutely. I mean, imagine if the black bishop lands on c4.
Precisely.
I mean, then all these dynamic ideas with c3, c4 will never work. So it's now or never that White tries to break out. And yeah, Magnus uses this moment to go e3, e4. The only question is that, yeah, it will allow many exchanges. And yeah, you open up the e-file, but black is so active. He has all these intermediate checks and something later challenging the rook on e4 if black captures on e4, which is by far not necessary yet.
Right. But looking, again, this was kind of one of those models where I was saying, like, if I'm in Hikaru's shoes, I'm trying to make, well, not trying to make a draw. I would desire to make the draw. My opponent wants to lose. That's his problem. Take on e4, rook takes e4, bishop f5. You were saying it could lead to a massive simplification. Sometimes when you're playing for a draw, though, Peter, you can overdo it. You can give your opponent chances, by being too direct.
Exactly. I mean, perfectly right. Yeah, it always seems like, yeah, with more and more exchanges, we are getting closer to a draw. But I mean, if White somehow managed to get his bishop to d4 and keep the rooks, or at least one pair of rooks, then and we'll be able to start torturing Black, then actually, thanks to the better pawn structure, there are real practical chances to succeed. So, of course, if Black has everything under control and can make sure that actually you have no time to activate your bishop and I'm gonna enter with my rook and force some direct sequence of moves, then you can do it, but you have to be very careful.
Exactly. Just continuing this plan, if you will, Peter, because it's just so very, very consequent. And it's very, very forcing. In this sequence, you more or less need to keep a rook. I didn't know if you wanted to take on e8 or not. Okay, in this position.
No, I wanted to keep the e file.
Okay. We'll trade rooks. Rook takes, rook b2, and trying to get our play on the with the a pawn. I'll get it out in a moment. Aha, rook to e7. So your dream, of course, is to bring your bishop to d4 or anywhere on that diagonal to take the g pawn, right? And if I take your a pawn, you're probably not even worried about the c7 pawn, but just positioning your bishop. And this is where I'm saying, something can potentially go wrong when you're playing so hard to make a draw. You're desperate to make a draw. You trade, but you're giving your opponent, as you're pointing out, a chance here.
There was one moment, what I was really a little bit afraid of. After rook takes e4, bishop f5 takes rook a1, if you play the little move king f7, keeping the status quo, because how I gonna keep this e file?
Right. Looks like a D. Well, but here, are you allowing? Yes, exactly. Are you allowing the move rook a5, Peter? And then, I think you're absolutely right. You've got to keep, at least one rook. Your preference would be for both, but at least one. And here, at least the rook on a5 is doing damage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is also very dangerous because finally, if you start to take care of your pawn, then I will have time to activate my bishop, start expanding on the king side, and this is exactly what Magnus is dreaming about. Right. Never give him such chance, but Hikaru did play the move f takes e4, and we are seeing this line.
Yeah, and again, it's such a forcing line. I'm not surprised, but also bishop d2, well, maybe it's not the way you really want to play for a win, but it is better. I mean, there's the double pawns on c6 and c7, which means they're not going to be a candidate for passer. And white does have a nice majority on the king side, Peter. Maybe it's just not enough, but it's white for choice.
Wow, Magnus played the move queen b3 check.
What?
Yes, after bishop f5. I mean, it's a very nice move, but I'm not sure if he gets what he wants, because Hikaru anticipated it, and instead of taking, this would have been Magnus's idea, that this case he gets this opposite colored bishop endgame with even better structure. Nice. But Hikaru sidestepped it with the move queen d5.
Okay.
Rook takes e8, rook takes e8, and bishop f4 on the board.
Okay, since rook e2 was the big threat, moving the bishop away in advance makes perfect logical sense. I don't know. I mean, it feels to me like white has a long-term plus.
Yeah, white has a long-term plus, but I feel like with the e file open, I have a lot of dynamics, and now contrary to the other line, in fact, black's rook might be very, very active in all those endgames when white collects the pawns. So I'm not a fan of collecting the pawn, and Magnus is also not going along that line. After bishop e6, he said, okay, we have been already for too long discussing if we will get an endgame or not. Let me keep the queens with queen a3.
Okay.
Because let's just imagine the scenario if white captures, because it almost looks like a free pawn, but then black gets the chance of activating the rook to e2 and hitting the a2 pawn, and after a4 I can even play a move like rook a2, forcing the exchange of rooks, or at least try to force, because definitely you're gonna try rook e1, you have to try.
Right.
But this is not the scenario Magnus even wanted to think about, so he decided to sidestep and keep the queens.
Queen a3 makes perfect sense. Now, in this position with the pawn on f3, I'm always like, I've seen too many checkmating patterns where a queen ends up on e1. It's like, no. You just have to be careful that there's no issues with the king. And if there are no issues with the king, there's a lot of targets in black's position, Peter.
Yeah, if white gets active, then long terms, simply because of the fact that he has this f3 g2 pawn structure compared to black's g7 h7. So while he's protecting his weakness on g2 with a very powerful pawn on f3, closing the long diagonal, if ever white gets the chance of being active on the long diagonal, then there is no way to defend the g7 pawn only with a piece, and that would mean that you are on the defensive. So this is what Magnus has to try to make use of. Hikaru did play the move a6.
A6. Whoa. Always when I'm looking at Magnus's expression on camera, it's really hard for me to discern when he's worried or when he's happy. Like right now, I think he should be happy, and yet he's wearing a look of quiet concern. So it's very hard for me to read Magnus. Are you any better, Peter? You've played against Magnus. Is it easy for you to read him and know when he's worried or when he's happy?
Yeah, I have played a lot with him, but I can't really say that I could read him. I think, however, here the situation why he's not concerned, because he feels that he has a chance. Right. And he wants to make the most out of his chance. While often when we see that he doesn't show any sign of emotions, it simply means to him that, okay, nothing really is happening in the position. Now he's in a must-win situation. He feels like he, after all, somehow improved his position. He managed to get strategically at least what he was kind of hoping for to get, because he couldn't really hope for more. On the other hand, with the black queen on d5 and the black rook on e8, black is quite active. I mean, let's just imagine if black moves the bishop back to f7, gets pawn to h6, just to make sure that his king is totally safe and is ready to enter with the rook. It might mean that white has to deal with a lot of activity from the black side. Of course, one can argue that, okay, why am I writing all these scenarios? White can any moment go rook e1. Yes, you can, but after rook e1, bishop f7, you are kind of not really wanting to exchange a pair of rooks. Exactly. And this is exactly the problem, but you have to fight for the e-file, and Magnus did choose, after some hesitation, some almost 2 minutes, the move rook e1.
Okay, because there's a lot of people in our audience, Peter, they're asking themselves, why not capture the pawn on a6? What was it that Magnus didn't like about munching that pawn?
Well, if you take on a6, then you give away the c5 square. You lose the control of the dark squares, and black gets this very, very nasty check on c5. And after king h1, he has another nasty follow-up with bishop c4. And all of a sudden, your queen is in trouble. Black is very active. You even don't want to look any further. It just feels completely wrong. And Magnus's play is very logical. I mean, I think this is how you want to play the position. Only the tournament situation, the match situation is the question. So Magnus traded the rooks and played the move h3, just as for black, h6 is very useful to have a king shelter on h7. White also wants to make sure that he can place the king on h2, because thanks to the queens on the board, he can still combine play against G7 pawn and the weaknesses on the queen side. White still has, White has an edge. The question is, can he really play for a win here?
Well, Aston, I would answer yes. Why not? Michael Botvinnik, amongst many other great world champions, taught us that bishops of opposite color middle games, and it's hard, you can't really call this a middle game. It feels more like an ending with only queens and bishops. But bishops of opposite color middle games, it's all about king safety. And the player who has the initiative against the opponent's king usually has a big, maybe even in some cases, decisive advantage. And the reason is because the player with the initiative is going to play on the squares that he has the bishop, and you can't counter that. In other words, in this position, Magnus has the dark square bishop, and therefore he wants to play on the dark squares. As you can see, he's going to put his bishop on e5, and as Peter, you've been mentioning, attack the pawn on g7. Conversely, g2, h3, f3 doesn't mean that once you put the bishop on d5, you're going to be counterattacking on the light squares. So I see this, in my view, as a nearly decisive position for Magnus. Nearly decisive, just because I want to see how he's going to attack g7. But I think it's a big advantage.
Yeah, it is a big advantage. Simply, it's a free pawn, and as you explained, I explained. Yeah, thanks to the structure with f3, g2, you have all this shelter. You put the bishop on e5, but of course, since all the rooks, all the heavy pieces had been exchanged, a part of the queens, it's not so easy to get this attack going. On the other hand, one can argue that, okay, why do you need this attack so desperately? Simply the point is that opposite colored bishop endgames are always drawn. So in order to make progress, you really have to somehow target black's king. And whenever finally you put bishop on e5 and black makes sure that he is able to protect this g7 pawn, then you will have to, and queen e6 played, you will have to somehow start moving your pawns. And if you start moving your pawns, then black will have all kinds of perpetual check ideas. I mean, let's just imagine the scenario: white goes some king h2, g4 with the bishop on e5. Then if black manages to enter somehow, then it will be very awkward for the white king. This is the practical problem. What will happen in a game, and especially in almost like a blitz game, because this is already not even a rapid game. They are both down to Magnus 2.5 minutes, Hikaru less than 4 minutes on the clock. But with the 10 seconds increment, one can say that time will not be a decisive factor in this game. It's much more if white will be able to find the right way or to pose so many problems practically that finally black will crack under the pressure.
Right. Okay. So the construction that we want to set up, of course, is our bishop on e5, our king on h2, so that the bishop not only is eyeballing g7 and tying black up to the defense of the pawn on g7, but with the king on h2, there's just no checks. Never mind a perpetual check, but no check at all. I would think that it would behoove white to also put the pawn on c5, just to make sure that there's no queen takes a3 tricks either. Now, having said that, you put your pawn on c5, you put your bishop on e5, you put your king on h2, you got everything. That was the problem that you started to mention, Peter. At some point, you got to put your majority to use as well. And whether you play g4 or h4 and h5, once you lift your kimono, you do offer perpetual check opportunities, maybe for your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but Magnus has to go g4 because he wants very much to put his king on g3. This is a perfectly harmonious setup. Okay. The big question, what will happen next? And it was so nice to see Anatoly Karpov, the legendary world champion, in the broadcast during the Legends tournament. And I had a chance to listen to the broadcast. And when they were discussing with Judith Polgar and with Sasha Grishchuk some position, then Anatoly was saying, and then, and exactly that's the way of thinking of a super GM, that what will happen next? It's all nice that we got here. It was clear that we get here, but how do we proceed from there? It was just, I felt like it was such a very nice moment. I was so happy to have the chance of witnessing this analysis online.
Absolutely. Anatoly Karpov, something very, very special indeed, our 12th world champion. Peter, while you were talking, the green bar just immediately below your picture and now immediately below my picture just jumped. I mean, it went whoosh, as we had an anonymous $3,000 donation. So we don't know who to thank other than to say thank you very much, as the green bar in our donation, Kiva, who's benefiting from the tournament, not just the name recognition, but also in that we're trying to raise $50,000 to assist them in their drive. We just had a nice $3,000 donation. So a shout out to whoever did that. Thank you so very, very much indeed. We did see G4. We did see Bishop D5. We've seen King G3. Well, as you say, I don't know what's going to happen next, but I can imagine H4, H5, and then.
Exactly.
We had a wonderful player from the Pacific Northwest. When I started playing chess in 1972, I got caught up in the Bobby Fischer boom. And I think a lot of players of my age also got caught up in the same Bobby Fischer boom. We had a player from British Columbia. His name was Robert Zook. And Bob Zook was a very strong chess master. I think we would call him an international master player strength today. In those days, you know, it was very, very hard to get neurons of any kind. In any case, Bob Zook was really, really good at putting his pieces on their ideal position. Like if you look at the bishop and queen of white for a moment and his king, they're more or less on their ideal squares, right? And we would say that we reached the Zook point. And the Zook point was that you put all your pieces on their maximum squares and then you didn't have a plan. you had reached the apex of everything that was possible. You didn't know how to go further. So in a certain way, white has not quite reached the Zook point. He might put the pawn on c5. The c3 pawn could easily go to c5, and the f4 pawn could go to f5. Hold on, time out. Everything I was about to say has changed. Hikaru made a huge decision, Peter. He decided to capture the pawn on a3 for the pawn on g7.
Yes, I mean, he took, okay, for the reason why I'm not yet that excited, because I also see that white has the very safe move queen a7, hitting the g7 pawn, and you cannot really play bishop f7 because then, I know you can, but okay, it doesn't matter because I play queen a8 check and you anyway have to go back, and then I can capture the a4 pawn. I know you can go king h7 because your queen, okay, this is a blindness. We are also getting tired.
Okay.
But of course, Magnus after queen takes a3 captured on g7, but this allowed black to play the move queen c1 with counter chances. Bishop e5 played as well. Magnus down to 29 seconds, so he doesn't have the time to really think. But does this mean that after queen e1 he wants to go queen f2?
It has to mean that.
It has to, yeah.
In fact, there's just no other there's no other choice. Otherwise, it's an immediate draw. But that is a remarkable reaction, because I'm thinking, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I'm thinking to trade queens and play h5, or first of all, maybe just play a3. And I feel I'm really close to a draw now.
Yeah, it feels very drawish, but that was the problem, that it got very move pair movish, that after g4, that was the problem, that when you move, when you advance your pawn, then immediately, suddenly you have a target. from black perspective, and Hikaru immediately jumped on this target before white confidently, comfortably would have increased the pressure, and queen f8 hit the pawn, so f4 was kind of obligatory. Hikaru immediately took on a3.
Yeah, I don't mean to say that. I mean, Magnus has some unbelievable endgame specialty, and I just kind of felt that maybe c4, c5, just to restrict or prevent this possibility of queen a3. Oftentimes, you're told, I think we have a rule in chess: if you have an advantage in the endgame, don't rush, right? Just keep nursing it, and the players are moving right to that position. And well,
yeah, with a little twist. There was a little twist, Yasser, after bishop e5. Hikaru did not give the check, but he first started with a3.
Okay.
White played c4, queen e1 check, and yeah, not much drama has happened. It's the same position. Usually this should be a draw, but I mean, if white gets the pawn to g6 and his king, then it's a whole different story. So black has to make sure that he stops these pawns before they get too far.
Right. And well, gee, okay, now I've got to think of what is the correct setup that I want to make if I'm black. Should I be putting my bishop on e8, Peter, and my king on h7, and just waiting for you to play? Well, no, I don't think I want to do that, because you could get, so white wants to put his king on f6, obviously, and then he wants to go h4 and g5 and g6, right?
Yeah, exactly, something like this, because if the pawn gets to g6, then it should be winning.
Right.
But of course, I mean, black has all kinds of, whenever you activate your king too fast, then he will start attacking the, I mean, put some, yeah, but it's a tricky position, yeah, because with the king on h7, if white king gets towards e7, then even he might be able to sacrifice one of these pawns.
Mm-hmm.
So there is still, I mean, it's not an elementary draw yet.
Not elementary by any means, that is for sure. And we have just seen the bishop coming to c2. I'm thinking that somehow my king feels rather restricted on h7. Maybe, well, is f7 the right square? I'm having a little, somehow I'm getting myself into trouble here.
Yeah, look at the clock. I mean, the clock situation changed dramatically. I mean, Magnus is now the one with a comfortable 1.5 minutes compared to Hikaru's 39 seconds.
Okay.
So that's bishop d3 played, king e5, everything according to the plan. But if this king gets to f6, it gets really, really scary.
Okay, so take us there, Peter. Imagine the king gets to f6, the pawn gets to g6, and I'm just waiting. So I'll start with the move c5, just to give you everything you want. Exactly, because then you're, yes, so I go...
Okay, Hikaru moved back the king to g8.
Okay.
I mean, okay, the king on h7 was not feeling happy at all.
No, it was not. King f6. So c5, g5, trade. Now, exactly how do the pawns get further? In other words, yeah,
I understand. But I mean, you deal in, I mean, thanks to this pawn, but is this pawn saving you? I mean, if I go g6, I go king g5, I'm gonna go f6, then you're gonna play somehow with c5.
Right.
I don't know how.
I wanted my pawn on c5 so that there's not a bishop b4 situation, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I always have bishop e5, so I have bishop e5, bishop d6.
Thank you. That's clearing some cobwebs. Okay, so Hikaru is putting his bishop, so it makes it difficult to go f7 check. Bishop takes f7 instantly. So white now needs to put his king on the e7 square.
Yeah, but I do have this feeling that thanks to this extra c pawn, you're gonna save this game. I mean, that's my feeling somehow. But yeah, c5 played, because when I play king e5, you might have
Bishop to d3, right.
But okay, then I have f7 check.
Okay, and that was why I wanted the pawn on c5.
Yeah,
so
c5
that,
played now.
Yeah, so what it means is that after king e5, everybody, go ahead and play these moves. Bishop d3, so what Peter said, f7 check. If I go king f8, you don't have bishop b4, but in this case, you have king f6, Peter.
Yeah, I have king f6.
By the way, we saw c5 and bishop e5 on the live position, Peter.
Yeah, this is the current position. Yeah, somehow this is exactly the problem, that white needs the e5 square for his bishop and for his king. And now Magnus start marching. Where does he want to try to go around?
Now this is the weird thing. If you see the bar on the live board, the bar hasn't moved. The bar says draw, 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 because you have a kind of a horizon effect. What Peter was about to say is the human player thinks, I can win this game with white. I'm going to go king b2, king c1, king b2, king a3. And it may take me 15, 20 moves, but if I could ever bring my king to the e7 square, that means I can support the move f7, f6, f7, and win the game. Now, it might be that this is beyond the computer's horizon, but Peter, you would know it far better than I. I would think that the computer would have this in some kind of endgame database. And it would just...
Yeah, but not this one. I mean, definitely not this one, because this is not a powerful engine. That's also not a purpose that now suddenly the engine will tell everything. I mean, let's enjoy the battle. And yeah, it's very interesting, but it does feel that it should be a duo. I mean, these extra 2 pawns are always disturbing.
Okay,
The right moment you can play a1 queen, that will be the problem. Yeah, and whenever I take with the bishop, you're gonna go bishop e4. And in this sense, it was very important to sidestep with king on f8, because there will never be f7 check and activating the bishop together.
Brilliant. So put that together in practical terms, Peter. After the move king b2, king g8, you were going to wait for white's king to get all the way up to, say, b5, right? Or something. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, you know, Hikaru, just the way the game continues, wants to show that, in fact, the c pawn had no impact whatsoever. The point is that, yeah, you have to keep your bishop on the long diagonal in order to keep this a1 check.
Right.
And thanks to a1 check and then bishop e4, this is the way how I can always escape.
Okay, show us by example, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, try then with white. I mean, how are you gonna...
I'll put the bishop on d4, or put the bishop on the long diagonal to release my king, and I'll go king a3.
Start now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, let's just imagine I play king f8, you go king b4, and now I'm gonna push a1 queen, you take, and now I hit your pawn.
And thanks to the fact that the bishop is on a1, it cannot go bishop to d6 check and then push f7 check as well and win the game. But because the bishop is on this terrible, now a move like g7 check, white has the extra 2 pawns, but now the blockade is forever. There's no breakthrough. It's an easy draw.
Yeah, so in fact, yeah, this is the key, that always black will have the chance of playing a1 queen when he feels necessary. Yeah, this is probably the right moment.
And I saw the camera of Hikaru, and Hikaru was very much bobbing his head like, I got this. I know I've got the draw safely in the pocket. And
draw agreed.
And a draw is, wow. So Hikaru Nakamura wins the first set.
Yeah, congratulations to Hikaru. Of course, it's a great start for the match, but it's just the very first step of a very long chess marathon.
Absolutely, but hey, a long journey starts with the first step, and we did see in day one, it's the best of 7. And Tanya, a dramatic start to a finals that we knew was simply going to be a great matchup.
What a start we've had. Yes, Hikaru Nakamura takes the first set in his matchup against the world champion Magnus Carlsen in this final. It could not have gone better for him because it wasn't just about the scoreline, but if you saw that play that he came with, everything was on point. And I think we are being joined by Hikaru. Hikaru, can you hear us?
I think it'll just take another second or two to get set up. But definitely, Tanya, you were just about to say it was a dream set of games for Hikaru.
And he is here with us. Congratulations, Hikaru, on that set 1 win. Hikaru, can you hear us now?
I think he just has some mute problems, audio problems.
We will have him with us shortly. And there you have it. Second game win, winning the match. That fourth game, it looked like perhaps Magnus has created something, but Hikaru kept it under control. I think we should be good now. Hikaru, are you with us? We can't hear you. I think it's perhaps muted somewhere.
Well, it's strange, Tanya, that on the very day that Chessable had released the endgame course of Magnus, it was actually the endgame play of Hikaru that carried the day, as he needed to draw this game 4, and he did it 2 pawns down.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's also nice to see Hikaru suffer a little bit with the technology, because I know from myself that, I always had this shock and I didn't know. I mean, if the system is not working, I'm done.
Right.
But of course, Hikaru, with all his experience, and even he gets fooled by the technology, this is even more dramatic.
Exactly. I completely concur with you there, Peter. I mean, I am the least where technology is concerned, I'm the least gifted. And it's nice to see somebody like Hikaru, who, as you say, is like this world-class streamer, and he knows the technology inside and out. Having trouble makes it bearable for somebody like me.
Yeah, because it's all very tricky with this microphone. Yeah, because you plug in too many things, and then the Zoom system and whatever takes over, and it's sometimes it can happen. But I'm pretty sure that in very short time we will sort this out.
Yeah, absolutely, Peter. Hikaru will be joining us shortly. But what an insane start. I mean, I have to say that for me, the most amazing thing to see was just simply it felt like Magnus never got going. In any of the games, you could not point out where he actually got a good position or got his game on. It looked like Hikaru came in with extremely strong prep, had the clock situation in control, and with that, in the best of 7, we see Hikaru Nakamura taking his first set. Yes, I was watching both these players on camera, and I really got the feeling that, all right, we're going to talk more about that because I think Hikaru is with us now. Let's hope that he can hear us.
Hello.
Congratulations, Hikaru. Hikaru, can you hear us right now? We can hear you. No. All right. Still facing that technical situation. We should have him with us very soon. Yeah. So I was saying, Yas, did you feel that Magnus looked extremely exhausted coming into today's game?
Tanya, it's terrible. I just can't read Magnus at all. To me, whenever I see Magnus, he has got the California cool. I think we have Hikaru. Briefly, I heard a mumble. I'll go back to you, Tanya.
Yeah, I think he can. He's not able to hear us at the moment. We'll know shortly when we fix that.
Okay.
Yes, talking about body language, yes, I think there are some players who make it very clear, and it's a joy to watch them because every emotion that they're going through while playing is very apparent. Hikaru is one of them, and I think we saw that even in the last game, in the very last moments, you could literally see his mind racing with trying to remember the setups on how Black holds this ending and where it is, and then when he figured it out, he was bobbing his head, just knowing that he had it, and. Magnus definitely more of a poker face, but again, I think in today's game, it kind of felt like the mental fatigue is taking its toll. And let me just check if we've got Hikaru with us.
Hello, Hikaru. Are you able to hear our voice?
While we fix this, let's also quickly take a look at the third game that we had because I think that was very fascinating, Peter, and I'm sure we're going to have Hikaru's thoughts on this game really soon. Let's have that up on the board.
And this is where the G4G, with the move A5, Peter, he was going for the full clamp, I felt. And maybe this was an overreach of sort, but he came really close, Peter.
Yeah, at this moment it looked like Hikaru is in total charge. And to be honest, until this bishop b6, I feel like this bishop b6 was based on an oversight, but we will definitely be hearing Hikaru's opinion about this.
Exactly. Because if you go forwards for a few moves, Tanya, I think you were about to say that it kind of felt a little bit desperate for Magnus at a certain moment, and then Hikaru played this huge move, bishop b6. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, somehow, if we remember correctly, Magnus had just like 1.5 minutes here, so he was desperately looking for some counter chance to change the character of the course of this game. And bishop b6 was exactly the move he needed it. And also we should not forget that Magnus had something like 4 minutes when he spent almost 3 minutes and he went for bishop h5. So probably he has set this trap because after bishop h5, it looks like, aha, you cannot go bishop f5 because of bishop takes f3. But there is this lovely intermezzo with bishop b6 because now I remove my bishop, I hit your bishop and I'm settling bishop f5. But all of a sudden, it turns out that black can capture this very important pawn on g5. Bishop f5, bishop g6, and things got out of control.
Exactly. After the trade, bishop takes d3. White wasn't winning an exchange because we were on with John Urschel, and these rooks on f1 and b1 means that Magnus was able to win his exchange back. Eventually, a very, very scrappy affair, but a draw nonetheless. I felt that was a huge save by Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely. But at some point, we even got a little bit scared for Hikaru. But
right.
probably Hikaru, as being extremely creative, he had foreseen that he's not risking. But to our eyes, it was kind of scary. And all this sequence after knight f7, but everything seemed to have worked out almost by force, and probably Hikaru had foreseen this and had everything under control, so there was a natural result here.
Wow.
Indeed, Peter, and I think throughout the match, it was just amazing to see just how...
I think we have Hikaru, Tanya. I can hear him.
We can hear him, but I'm not sure, Yas, if he can hear us. That's the problem.
I can hear him, but he can't hear us. Oh.
So we are trying to fix that. But yes, Peter, what you were saying about just the end game play, it was absolutely fabulous, I think, throughout the games. And I think especially in the last game, in game 4, when Magnus had to win on demand, it was a slow opening, a slow start, but just managing to create some chances in this opposite color bishop situation and going into this ending where you've got this race with the FG pawn. I think kudos to the world champion to really trying it out, and Hikaru Nakamura really knowing how endings are played and how to defend these positions, because playing this in 30 seconds on the clock is really scary. And a really nice idea pointed out by you, Peter, this A2 pawn being extremely important in defense. It's been very instructive for all of us. But if we really want to learn how it's done and how to play these endings, another big reminder to all our audience that the Magnus Touch, his course on ending, the world champion discusses and speaks about and teaches us how to play end games. What are the important concepts? How to get those crucial points at that critical stage. And the course is out at a 40% inaugural off. You can also check out the free lesson by Magnus, which is a 20-minute lesson, and in which he discusses a game with Vishayanan. So definitely have a look. And the big Magnus Touch endgame course is out now. You don't want to miss this one. And I think today's match has just clearly shown us how important it is to know your endings, because these guys at the very top, I mean, imagine this last game of Hikaru and Magnus playing on seconds. If you don't know how it's done, it's so easy to mess this up.
Absolutely. And Tanya, I just add, I had a friend, Michael J. Fournette. Michael Fournette was the champion of Washington State several times. And he said to me very early in my career, he said, Yasser, studying endgames is like cheating on an exam, because you know you're going to play endgames, so you might as well study them in advance. And it really hit me, and I began studying endgames. And I really felt very strongly that because of my endgame study, I actually became a very strong player by studying the endgame. So it's very precipitous that Magnus releases his endgame course exactly at this time.
Absolutely, yes. And while we are trying to get Hikaru to come and join us for the interview, he will be with us shortly. We're fixing that. Take a look at why endings are so important and what is it that Magnus Carlsen will be teaching us in his course.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
many
years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
Our partner for the tour final is Kiva, the non-profit with a mission to expand financial access to help underserved communities. Kiva does incredible work providing microloans to help people around the world create opportunity for themselves and their communities. When the pandemic started, Kiva set up a global COVID-19 response fund to help small businesses get back on their feet. Their target? To raise $50 million to support thousands of people around the world. Chess24 wants to help make that happen. During the tour's final, we will be donating 50% of all proceeds from new premium memberships to Kiva. Go premium, and you will not just be supporting us and getting the best chess entertainment out there, you will be supporting people in times of need through Kiva. And if you are premium already, you can buy sponsored premium memberships for schools in cities and countries of your choice in our shop. Let's show how chess can play its part together.
Welcome back, and we do have our winner of set one with us today, finally. Hikaru, congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, it was a tough match.
You say it was a tough match, but I have to say from our perspective, it looked like you were on your A game from the start. It felt like you were dominating the match and were the one in rhythm throughout. As the match progressed, did you feel that it was going to be a good day in office?
Well, I mean, I think when I won the second game, I figured at the very least I'd probably get to tie breaks. But yeah, I think really the result seemed smooth, but the way the third game went kind of messed up the whole rhythm, because I think I was probably close to winning at a couple points in that game. And when I didn't win that game, that was sort of a big swing of the emotions, because I went from, I think, clearly winning to maybe just a little bit better, and then maybe possibly even losing for a move or two, and then back to a draw. So I think the swings were pretty big in that third game. But for the most part, I thought I played well. And even in the fourth game, when it was pretty bad, I always knew there would be chances to draw just because of the opposite color bishops.
Hikaru, what would you say was the turning point in today's set? Would it be winning game 2 or surviving game 3 feeling it shaky?
I mean, it was winning game 2, obviously, because that gave me the advantage. I mean, game 3 saving was important, but getting on the scoreboard and getting the lead certainly was the most important thing. So winning that second game the way that I did, I was very, very happy with it, and that was the most important one for sure.
All right, and the one thing that really stood out for us was just simply the positions that you were getting out of the opening. It felt like you were doing well on the clock. Your openings were working out. It looked like solid prep coming into today's game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the second game was very messy, of course, but I was quite pleased that I got to play this variation against Magnus because I wanted something very sharp and very, very messy. And when I got that in the second game specifically, and then I was able to just keep finding reasonable moves, that really gave me a lot of confidence. And then somewhere, around this point that I got this rook h8, like before I got rook h8, I thought maybe it was just equal. And then as soon as I saw that Magnus played g5, it's like, oh, I can trade, go rook h8, and then everything I think falls apart for white.
Right. And what do you think, Hikaru, was the one thing that Magnus struggled most with today? Because what stood out to us was that it just felt that he never really got going in today's match. What do you think he struggled most with today?
I mean, I think Magnus was trying to play the way he's played throughout the last two events, which is he's tried to play very sharp and aggressive with both colors, and I think the positions are slightly more suited to me, is what I would say, in terms of the troubles he had, especially with black, because in both the Najdorf games, I think the position was fine for black. The moves weren't simple, it wasn't intuitive, and it wasn't natural. And I think that showed based on Magnus's time usage. So probably I would say the openings were the biggest issue for Magnus today.
Right. And now in game 4, it looked like Magnus had created something seemingly out of nothing. And were you ever actually worried during this game at any point, or were you confident about holding this?
I mean, I was pretty upset because I missed queen b3, and then as soon as he played e4, I saw it, and I spent like 2 minutes before going queen d5. I just didn't see it when I played bishop to e6, so I was pretty unhappy. But then I figured I should go for it anyway, and yeah, I think it was worse. But probably if there was some way Magnus could have kept the rooks on the board, I thought rook e1 here was probably the big mistake. Because objectively, after rook e1, bishop f7, I think all the queen end games are pretty easy to hold. Whereas I think the rook end games are probably a lot harder, if not losing. Like if we get a 5 versus 4 or 4 versus 3 with rooks and bishops, I think they're very good winning chances. Where in the queen end game, I think it always should be a draw. So I was very happy when I traded the rooks and he wasn't able to take the a pawn. And then yeah, I think from there it was pretty smooth sailing. Even though the end game gets a little bit iffy. I always had a feeling it has to be a draw with the opposite color bishops.
And at the very end, we saw you sort of analyzing with your own self and trying to remember, the positions that this holds on to. What was going on in your mind at that moment? It was very interesting.
No, go ahead.
No, that's it. Go on.
I mean, the problem is originally I thought I could go king h6. I thought I could leave the king on h7 and go king h6, but that loses. That was the original thought. I think it loses at least. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought that I could just sort of wait here, like bishop c2, king f6, bishop d3, and then g5 takes, bishop c2. And I thought this was a draw, but I mean, actually, the more I look at it now, it might just be a draw. But I was very worried after like g6, king h6, that there's some trick with, I don't know, like bishop d2. I guess no, this is a draw because you can't go bishop d2 because I come up and you don't have time to get king e7. Yeah. So actually this would have drawn too. So I guess my original idea does work, but I can still play passive with the king on g8 as well. And I wasn't 100% sure that this was a draw, but I figured with the a2 pawn, it should always be a draw.
This a2 pawn is super critical in defending this position because the bishop can just never leave the diagonal.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, basically it's just a theoretical draw. And so I saw it coming when he started moving the king over, and I knew it had to be a draw. It was just a matter of making the right moves and putting the king like on the right square specifically.
Hikaru, in the interview after you beat Daniel, you said that Magnus has this thing where he just does these little things just slightly better than everybody else. But today, Yas mentioned that it looked like you were the one doing all these little things slightly better. Did you feel that while playing today?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that I was really putting the pressure on Magnus. I could tell, especially in the third game, he was very unhappy with his position. So once again, I'm not going to change my opinion and act like somehow I'm better or anything. But what I would say is that the small advantage is that doesn't, like in a game-to-game or a match situation, that won't necessarily be reflective. But when you look at hundreds and hundreds of games, there is a difference. So today, I felt that in this match, I really took advantage of the opportunities that I had. And I really felt I played pretty well throughout. I mean, maybe this third game allowing this pawn to hang on g5 is really stupid, but for the most part, I thought I played well, and I got exactly what I wanted. So I'm very happy, and I think the result was of course the best one that I could have hoped for.
Absolutely, I think a dream start to the final and very impressive quality of play as well. It's a very long match. It's a best of 7. How important is it to take this early lead going into the finals?
I mean, I don't think it really matters. I think it was like a best of 3 or a best of 5, it would be a lot different. But I think in a best of 7, with so many more matches ahead, it really doesn't make a big difference, other than the fact that you need to win one less match out of the 7. But I would say in a best of 7, especially, I don't think it plays a huge role, other than the fact that, I mean, Magnus has to win one more match than I do at this point.
And I have to ask you one more question, Hikaru, before we get into some critical details of the game. That you had this great opening prep that you came with, and you have this final going on. You're streaming, you're traveling. How are you finding the time to do all this? How are you managing? It looks like you never sleep.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, I mean, I'm probably not gonna have time to go over the games in detail, because I actually have to run out and go do a television appearance on a show very soon. So what I would say is that you just do your preparation. And I think more so than that, it's just the fans kind of are giving me a lot of the inspiration, the drive, and I'm just doing what I can, and it seems to be working out.
All right, well, congratulations. I don't know, do you have just a couple more minutes, or do you need to rush right now?
I mean, I'm gonna have to go in like 10 minutes, so I really do have to get
perfect.
going.
I'm gonna hand it over to Yas and to Peter just for 1 or 2 critical moments that they want to take you through to the game. Is that fine?
Sure.
All right, thanks. Yas, Peter?
Thank you, Tanya. Congratulations, Hikaru. Everything you said, yeah, you were just the better player today. I think it was all about the pivotal game, too, that you won with the black pieces. And that was an opening that I don't know how much experience you had in it. Just tell us a little bit more about your opening choice and how you came to make that, because that was the game that won you today's set.
I guess first thing I would say is that I saw the game between in the last match between Magnus and Ding Liren. That was sort of the first inspiration for it. And then secondly, when in doubt, play like Fabiano, plain and simple. I mean, Fabiano is the one who came up with this, I believe, this whole B5 idea when he played in St. Louis a couple years back. So really, just play like Fabiano, play good openings.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Peter. Peter.
Yeah, congratulations, Hikaru. It was a great start. I mean, already seeing the first game, it was such a high quality game. We felt like this day will be special. One question right at the beginning, because during the broadcast, I was telling Yasser was completely shocked. What is this Bishop H4? And I told him, if I'm not mistaken, then you yourself had played this Bishop H4 like in 2013 in one of these FIDE Grand Prix. Am I right?
I played against Fabiano in the Tal Memorial. I don't know if it was this exact line with Bishop H4, but I did play this Knight D5 Bishop F5 against him. It was in the Tal Memorial 2000. I think it was even earlier. I think it was like 2012. I think it was 2012 at the Tal Memorial. Fabiano had the white piece, I had the black piece, and we played this. So I was trying to remember it, and I knew that there were a couple setups where white should be better. That's what I remember vaguely from when I did the preparation all those years ago, and I just tried to play something natural.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it looked very, very nice. And just one question in this third game. I mean, Bishop B6, was it a simple oversight that you blundered that Magnus can take on G5 or?
Yeah, I just blundered it. I just blundered that takes Bishop F5, Bishop G6. It's oddly enough, it's still probably winning for white, but I think psychologically when you think you're about to win the game and you blunder like this, I mean, not even just win the game, but win the match if you win the game. It's very hard to recover, but fortunately I was able to play some okay moves after that, I would say, and I was able to make the draw.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fascinating fight. I mean, I also don't want to torture you because it was a very intense match and the marathon has just started. So thank you very much, and I hand it back to Tanya.
Congratulations, Hikaru. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hikaru Nakamura taking the lead in the match with the first set victory, beating world champion Magnus Carlsen 2.5, 1.5. What quality play from Hikaru. Absolutely impressive in the opening, taking the chances in the middle game, keeping things in control. And when things started looking a little messy in the end game, just knowing what to do and keeping it all together. Yes, your thoughts on how today went?
Absolutely. First of all, boldly stating the obvious, it's a dream start indeed for Hikaru. And if he's going to win the match, this is how he is going to win the match. He's going to do it through superior opening preparation, a preparation that gets him ahead on the clock, keeps him ahead on the clock, and keeps the world champion on the back foot. And today is just perfect. I mean, sometimes you go into a game or a match and you have your preparation and you pinch yourself because you said, wow, it all goes so well. It's not going to go as perfectly as it did today, every day, but this is a dream start for Hikaru. Peter, your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had been expecting a thrilling final between these two extraordinary players, but I think we couldn't have expected this first day because this was very, very intense. I also love that we have this format because now I think every professional, every chess player is really looking forward to what will Magnus Carlsen change in order to get the initiative back in this match. I believe if we would ask Magnus about today's match, he might point out that, guys, everything was under control. Yes, we had very tough battles, but the game 2 that I lost, I actually had all the chances of winning them. And by losing that game, that was the only problem. But I do believe that Magnus and his team will feel like that, yeah, maybe these openings that they were absolutely fine. However, as Hikaru also pointed out, and we during the broadcast witnessed that Magnus was burning way too much time, and it's not the usual Magnus we had been seeing before. Usually he likes to control the happenings, and I think this gave the psychological advantage to Hikaru, which he made very good use of at the end.
Peter, I completely agree with you, and I think kudos to Team Hikaru for putting up these brilliant openings and having the clock situation in hand. Definitely Team Magnus will have to make some changes going into day 2. We're all very excited about that. But the one team, Yas and Peter, that I am really proud of is Team Chess Community. Because as you guys have seen on the Kiva bar that was on the screen before I just popped up, we have made such a big jump into our contribution. We are over 20K, and we've had some amazing donations. We've had a big anonymous donation to this cause. We had VP of Growth Kiva come onto the show who told us just how it works and how everything that we are doing by going premium, investing in our own chess education, improving our own chess, is what a brilliant opportunity this is for all of us to also leave a big impact on the society, on the individuals. And a big thank you and a shout out to Jan Christoph Duda, who's contributed 1299 euros, almost 1300 euros in premium membership towards Kiva's cause of raising funds to support individuals, entrepreneurs, businesses, startups in underserved, isolated communities. And the best part is that the contribution can be followed up. We can actually see the journey of the money that we give out to the community, to the society, to help them come out of this pandemic stronger. And now more than ever, as Enrique put it, is the time to help and to do the most that we can to support the community around us. And when we have people like Tammy come on the show and we have John Urschel come on the show, these are the stories that shine and that tell us just what an impactful game chess is, just the big impact that it leaves on us, and how it's this tool that we can use to give out to the world. And also, I'm very sure that when things normalize and we're actually able to get out, I think chess is going to play a huge role in rebuilding the community and coming out of this extremely challenging time even stronger. So definitely consider going premium, supporting what Chess24 does, supporting the Magnus Carlsen Chess Store, making sure that we're able to put out these events and do all these innovative activities around chess, whether it's the Banter Blitz, whether we bring you Q&As, whether it's the video resources and video series by world champion and by different world champions. To all of you, if you can support that, consider going premium, and no better time than now to do it, because 50% of all premium memberships are going to go into Kiva's cause of raising money for the community. Yes, Peter, we've also had an incredible audience with us all throughout, who have been a part of this show from the very start, from game one, and so much coming in, so much support coming in for Hikaru, so many comeback Magnus messages coming in. Let's take a look at some of the conversations that we've been having. And take a look at this. Tanushri writing in with the classic concept of chess tour. I mean, honestly, guys, what a tour it's been. It's just been absolutely fabulous from the word go. We had hashtag MC Invitational. That's where it all started. Within 2 weeks of all sports being stopped, the candidates being stopped, Chess24 put the entire Magnus Carlsen chess tour together, set the whole thing up with the best in the world. So much prize fund to fight for. The absolute elite of the chess world, the best of the best, coming and showcasing world-class chess for us to enjoy with gold standards of broadcast, with commentators. We've had world champions come on. It's just been absolutely fabulous. And then we had Heritage Chess, the Lindaris Abbey tournament, which was just incredible. Who can forget Hikaru Nakamura knocking out Magnus Carlsen in that semi-final? And then we had the Chessable Masters with the hashtag Study Chess. And yes, of course, the study of chess never stops, because let's not forget that today is the day the big course, the Magnus Touch on Endgames, releases with a 40% off on the inaugural price. You can also check out the free lesson on Endgame that Magnus has done, which is a teaser of what the course is all about. It's a 20-minute free lesson, and you will know why you need to get your hands on this course by the world champion. The endings, we've seen it throughout the tour. We've seen it in our own careers. We've seen it in our own games, just how important and how complex these so-called simple looking, with fewer pieces on the board position are, but just the kind of skills that they require. Let's have that. Let's have our next tweet up. We had Grandmaster Dennis writing in with a big second round win for Nakamura. Nakamura seems to be dictating the rhythm so far, but the question remains, can Carlsen bounce back? Yes, Peter. Is Carlsen bouncing back as soon as tomorrow?
Well, as they say, you're going to have to tune in to find out the answer to that question. I would say yes, that Magnus is going to bounce back, and we're going to have a very, very competitive match. From my perspective, I thought that this was a dream start for Hikaru. He's going to try to do the same thing that brought him success. And as Peter, you just said, I mean, this was all 4 games were pretty close, nip and tuck. And it was only that game 2, which maybe was in the favor of the world champion before he lost control. So, I mean, it's going to be a close match. We can't read too deeply into the result of the first set, Peter.
Yeah, I remember that the Magnus, this Kiva final in the Magnus Tour started with Dingleram beating the world champion in the first set in a very impressive manner. And you remember we were really concerned for Magnus, how he will deal with the situation coming right after the legends and so on. and we got the answer from the world champion how he deals with such situations. So will be very interesting how Magnus will turn the tables. Of course, he has all the chances, but I mean, Hikaru is in very, very good shape, and I think also by winning sets, as Hikaru said, it might not mean that much, but psychologically, I think it gives you the feeling that I'm able to beat the world champion. And if you are able to build up your psychological state and you just kind of take it like automatic that things go your way, it can be of a very, very important asset during the match. So Magnus has to make sure to turn the tides as quickly as possible before his opponent gets overconfident, which would be even more difficult for Magnus to come back later.
Exactly. Thank you, Peter. By the way, Tanya, I just did want to get in a comment regarding the Twitter. I think, first of all, the Magnus Carlsen Tour has been terrific. The competition has been great. The prize fund has been fantastic. The audience participation has been great. But also, there are a lot of people who work behind the scenes to bring the broadcast. And we just got to give a shout out to Soteris and Lewis. In our particular case for this broadcast, I mean, there are a lot of technical challenges. And when the show goes beautifully, you know, those are the people to thank. So big shout out to them, and always to our audience who are just participating and being, well, pushing us, urging us on. Thank you, everyone.
Bang on, yes. I think it's the audience for which we do all of this and which keep us going. And I think, Peter, that was the key point, what you made, that absolutely a huge confidence boost for Hikaru Nakamura, knowing that it wasn't about any luck here. He, to a certain extent, felt, especially in some games, he outplayed the world champion. And what we are seeing is a very in form, in shape, a well-rested Hikaru Nakamura in a format that suits him incredibly well. But of course, there could be no tougher challenge to win the finals than what Hikaru has, which is facing the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a look at a few more tweets that we had. Let's bring those up. We heard from Harsh. Are these 7 days going to be super thrilling with a lot of solid openings, awesome endgame fireworks? Just the first game was awesome. Was wowsome. That wide rook h1 move was an absolute time saver. You are right, Harsh. I mean, I think that was an incredible game one. It ended in a draw. The result was even, but the game was absolutely insane. Such creative ideas by Hikaru right here on rook h1, and then we saw this. I mean, you play rook g1 with a pawn on g3. I think that was amazing with the threat of g4 a couple of moves ago, and then you bring the rook back to h1. We don't see that very often in chess. And just such creativity and taking his chances, playing confidently. What a day it's been for Hikaru Nakamura. And this game, even though it ended in a draw, I think was a very, very exciting start to the day. Let's move on to the next tweet. We had Rick writing in with Chess24, watching two of my favorite players go head-to-head and raising money for Kiva at the same time. Rick, you are absolutely right. I think whether you're Team Magnus or your Team Hikaru, you have to agree that this is a dream final. This is truly the final between the two of the best players in the world in this format, and we could not have asked for more. And with this incredible final setup to see who really is the best player right now in this format, in the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, to be able to support the community through Kiva while going through this, it's really a special experience. And with that, I am going to sign out for the day with a quick reminder to you, because you know what? A lot of us, there's no such thing as too much chess. The Magnus Carlsen Chess course, the Magnus Touch on Endgames, is live now. It is out on Chessable. You have to check it out. You can check out the free lesson, the teaser, which is a free lesson, a 20-minute lesson on Endgames by Magnus Carlsen, and the full course is on a 40% off. Definitely give that, just go and watch it. And we'll be back tomorrow with more action.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
Yeah,
many years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.